Chapter 568. After killing 100 Devil Ridge Valley disciples, Jun Changshao asked, "Is the third test for me to fight an inner disciple?" "No." Mo Shang said. "Fight the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley," Mo Shang said. Jun Changshao was stunned. Wasn't it the standard routine to fight the inner disciples after fighting the outer disciples? Why did it suddenly change to the guardians? The outer disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley were already so powerful. The guardians must be even more powerful. "Master," Mo Shang said, "the guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley are equivalent to the elders of the sect." Jun Changshao was speechless. Fighting the outer disciples directly and fighting the elders was completely out of the ordinary. Buzz. Buzz. The space rippled again. 4 elders in black robes appeared, exuding an even stronger dark aura. Although the system hadn't analyzed their strength, Jun Changshao could tell that they were not ordinary martial kings according to their aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley raised their heads and showed their expressionless faces. Their eyes were still shining with red light. The system said, "They are Wu Huang." Damn it! Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. The third trial. Does it need to be so difficult? Although he was the powerful Sword King and Martial King, he would definitely have a weak kidney when facing 4 martial emperors. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over with strange footwork. They were so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. Oh no! Boom! 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 4 explosions were heard. Jun Changshao flew out like a cannonball. From the slow-motion replay, we could see that the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley gathered dark energy and attacked directly. 2 hit his chest and back, and 2 hit his left and right face. Under the pincer attack of the 4 forces, Sect Master Jun spun 360 degrees in the air before he was sent flying in a magnificent explosion. He was defeated. Everyone stood up and applauded. Damn it! Jun Changshao stood up from the ground and waved his hand, summoning the green dragon crescent blade. He said angrily, "Don't hit people in the face. Don't you know this rule?" Although he had been punched 4 times, his body was very resistant. He only felt some pain, but it was not a big deal. His hair was not messed up, as if it was drawn with a brush. Shwa! Shwa! The 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over again. They were as fast as ever. Jun Patriarch, who was experienced, released his spiritual thoughts and captured their movements. He raised his saber with both hands and shouted, "Let's have a good fight." Bang! Bang! Boom, plop. Jun Changshao once again threw his saber to the ground far away. He said frantically, "I can't defeat him at all." He could still consider Wu Huang. With 4 Wu Huangs attacking at the same time, they would definitely be crushed. Do not panic, do not panic. With the trump card in hand, the world is mine. Jun Changshao stood up and said with a cold gaze, "Little Long Long, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and transform." Alright then. This guy's trump card turned out to be his contract beast. "Yes, master." Shwa! Little Long Long jumped over and stood in front of Jun Changshao. Whoosh flames that were dozens of feet high spewed out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise instantly. With the accompaniment of hot-blooded background music, Little Long Long's childlike head appeared from the flames. Mo Shang, who was on the altar, opened his mouth in shock. Damn it! Why did a child's head appear? Where is that lizard? Shwa! Little Long Long stepped out, and its muscular body appeared in his field of vision. Mo Shang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said in shock, "Demon! Demon! Shwa!" Little Long Long raised its sharp claws and pointed at the 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley. It said in a cold voice, "Bullying master is bullying me." Schwa. As soon as it finished speaking, the flames flickered. It instantly approached one of the protectors and punched with its right fist. Boom! Flames erupted, and heat waves swept across. The protector who was attacked was directly sent flying like a cannonball. The other 3 protectors locked their eyes on Little Long Long and immediately launched the coldest attacks. Bang! 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 For a moment, fist shadows intertwined, and black air waves spread. Little Long Long dragged Huguang and the 3 Demon Ridge Valley Guardians. Sometimes, they would move around, and sometimes, they would move around. It was an exciting battle. Phew! Jun Changshao heaved a long sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, although these protectors were strong, they could not do anything to Little Long Long. Fortunately, he brought it here. Otherwise, it would be a dead end today. Boom! Boom! Little Long Long dragged the flames and bombarded them wildly, directly sending all 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley flying. Whoosh! It raised its palm, and the scorching flames quickly condensed. It said coldly, "Go to hell." Bang! Flames spewed out, carrying a terrifying explosive force, directly blasting one of the protectors into black gas. Boom! 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 3 more balls of flames spewed out, and the other 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley were directly obliterated. It had to be said. Little Long Long, who had activated its second combat form, was really powerful. Jun Changshao put his hands on his waist and said, "Who else is not convinced?" The system was speechless. The contract beast is so strong. Is the host hurt? Hurt my ass. Jun Changshao said, "I hatched and raised Little Long Long. Its strength is equivalent to my strength." This made the system speechless. Jun Changshao looked at Mo Shang and said, "I've passed all 3 tests. Where's the treasure?" Buzz. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space suddenly trembled, as if there was a possibility of collapse. Crack! Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Jun Changshao looked back and saw that the space seemed to be directly torn apart by some force, and a tightly shut door appeared. "Master!" Mo Shang said excitedly, "This may be the entrance to the treasure." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao walked over. Creak. Just as he stopped in front of him, the door opened by itself. Jun Changshao opened his mouth and said, "Oh my God!" Mo Shang, who was on the altar, was also dumbfounded. From the opening of the door, the 2 of them saw mountains of gold. Treasure. It was really a treasure. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely faint from happiness. But Jun Changshao was someone who treated money like dirt. After a short shock, he returned to normal. Whoosh! He stepped in. The space inside the door was not bad. In addition to the mountain of gold and silver treasures, there were many ancient bookshelves with many strange secret manuals on them. Mo Shang followed in, glanced at the bookshelves casually, and said excitedly, "Master, these are all Demon Sect martial arts." Jun Changshao ignored him and locked his gaze at the back. There was a big chair there, and a person in black armor sat on it. No. To be precise, it was a skeleton. Jun Changshao walked over and carefully looked at the skeleton in armor, murmuring, "It should have been dead for a long time. I am the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley. Today, you have entered this place, and you are fated to obtain the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. Show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley and kill all those who deceive the world." A deep voice suddenly sounded in the space, revealing a majestic aura. Mo Shang seemed to be infected, and his expression was extremely solemn. "I will follow the senior's words and show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley. Kill all those who deceive the world." Crack! The skeleton sitting on the chair suddenly shattered and turned into dust, but the armor remained the same as before, as if someone was still wearing it and supporting it. Swoosh! The gold, silver, jewelry, secret manuals, and the armor stored here suddenly disappeared into thin air. After putting away the things, Jun Changshao looked at Mo Shang and said lightly, "Wash up and sleep." Mo Shang's mouth twitched. He was half a demon cultivator. If he inherited the inheritance of the Demon Ridge Valley, it was not impossible for him to rise against the trend in the future. But Jun Changshao followed in, so this great opportunity that allowed the protagonist to reach the peak of life was destined to not belong to him. Chapter 569. He had accidentally obtained the iron block and obtained the ancient secret that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. He had spent a lot of effort to study the demon sect's language and finally found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. In the end, he got nothing. At that moment, Mo Shang wanted to cry out loud. This was too much of a bully, too much of a bully. What could he do? Now, not only did he not get anything, but his body was also controlled and he could only bow to that guy. Oh my God! Why am I so unlucky? Jun Changshao said, "There's nothing good here. Let's go out." The 2 men and 1 beast left the treasury. The blue flames on the altar had been extinguished and the 2 lines of words in the air had disappeared. The entire space became extremely dark again. "Master," Xiao Longlong said, "do you want to take this coffin away?" Mo Shang's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Master, the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley is buried inside. The dead are more important. It's better not to disturb them." Jun Changshao said, "This should be an empty coffin. The Valley Master should be the skeleton in the armor." "Huh?" Mo Shang was stunned. Xiao Longlong jumped and landed on the altar. He placed his palms on the coffin and said, "Let me open it." The stone slab was lifted. Xiao Longlong was really bold. Wasn't he afraid that there would be traps hidden in the coffin? "Master," he shouted, "there's no corpse inside, only a pile of memorial tablets." "Memorial tablets?" Jun Changshao walked over. 30 memorial tablets were neatly placed inside the coffin. At the front was the memorial tablet of the first Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, Shen Tui, and at the back was the memorial tablet of the 30th Valley Master, Chiu Qianqi. Obviously, these were the memorial tablets of the Valley Masters of the Demon Ridge Valley. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "The memorial tablets are all placed in the ancestral hall." It seems that when the Demon Ridge Valley was about to be destroyed, the last Valley Master moved them to an independent space. He didn't want them to be destroyed by the enemy. Mo Shang walked up and said with a deep bow, "Seniors, please forgive us for disturbing you." "Huh?" Jun Changshao found that there was a palm-sized token in the coffin. He waved it gently and took it out. The words "Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley" were engraved on it. Could this be the token that represented the greatest authority of the sect? "Brat." Jun Changshao threw the token to Mo Shang and said, "Since you are a demonic cultivator and can come here, from today on, you are the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley." "Ah." Mo Shang hurriedly caught it, the expression on his face becoming interesting. Although he knew that the token represented the identity of the Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, his master was not from the Demon Ridge Valley. How could he directly appoint him as the Valley Master? "You're not happy?" Jun Changshao said, "Bring it over then." "Gladly, gladly." Mo Shang hurriedly kept the token properly. Then, he knelt down in front of the stone coffin and said with a solemn expression, "I, Mo Shang, will succeed to be the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley from today onwards. I will definitely revive the demon sect in the future." An ancient demonic sect that had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years welcomed a new Valley Master today. Although it was very informal and no sect members witnessed it. Schwa. Jun Changshao kept the coffin in his space ring. He knew that the 30th Valley Master had stored the memorial tablets of his ancestors and himself in an independent space. He must have hoped that a fated person would inherit it so that the Demon Ridge Valley could continue to exist. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and the demon sect was almost extinct, he had taken all of them. When he had the ability in the future, he would naturally make the Demon Ridge Valley reappear in the underworld. Let's go. Schwa. Schwa. 2 people and 1 beast walked out of the independent space. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, the pattern under their feet gradually dimmed. The energy cluster in mid-air also disappeared. The secret that had existed for tens of thousands of years had completed its historical mission with the arrival of outsiders. It was strange. The gloomy aura in the ruins began to fade. The eyes of the beast in the distance became clear. Its rotten body gradually healed. Although it was still wild, it seemed to have regained its consciousness. Even the black water in the distant stream had become so clear that the bottom could be seen. Let's go, Jun Changshao said. Mo Shang said, Master, where are we going? Sect of all times, Jun Changshao said. Sect of all times. Mo Shang was stunned and said in surprise, that sect with the potential to be in the top 3. Although this guy had been concentrating on studying the demon path, he still had some understanding of the most popular topics outside. Wait. He had referred to himself as this lord earlier. Mo Shang's expression changed. He said in surprise, Master, are you the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao? That's right, Jun Changshao said. Mo Shang's eyes widened. He finally understood why someone of his age had the strength of a martial king. Jun Changshao said, Boy, I have to say that you're very lucky. The sect of all times lacks nothing but demon cultivators. I plan to take you in. Do you want to join? He took away the opportunity that belonged to him and still had the cheek to say that he was lucky. Bitch, bitch. Mo Shang hurriedly said, as long as Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to join the sect of all times. Who in the southwest Yangzhou didn't know that the sect of all times had great potential? If he could join such a sect, his future would definitely be limitless. It's just that, Mo Shang suddenly became extremely depressed. He said, I'm a jinx. If I join the sect of all times, I'll bring disaster to Master. Jun Changshao said, if you can say that, it means that you're not a bad person. Not to mention a jinx, even if you're a calamity god, I'll definitely take you in. Mo Shang was touched. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Master, for taking me in. Just like that. He, who had just succeeded as the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, became a disciple of the sect of all times. In fact, Jun Changshao took Mo Shang in because of Yao Menjing. The little girl had awakened the connate demon body and was the most orthodox demon cultivator. Finding a kindred spirit might be helpful for her cultivation. More importantly, Jun Changshao didn't care about the so-called righteous and demonic at all. In his opinion, demons weren't necessarily bad, and righteous weren't necessarily good because there were too many deceiving people in this world. Roar, suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Jun Changshao's spiritual senses instantly captured that in the deepest part of the Demon Ridge Valley, a huge ferocious beast gradually stood up and exuded a strong aura. From the looks of it, this wasn't a land beast, but a flying beast covered in black feathers. Whoosh! The behemoth that had just stood up spread its arms. No, its wings. Then it suddenly waved, stirring up a gust of wind, and its body that weighed dozens of tons flew up. Mo Shang saw it clearly and exclaimed, "This is the Demon Ridge Black Eagle." The system said, "Middle-grade spirit beast." Jun Changxiao's eyes burned. Middle-grade spirit beast, that was comparable to Wu Huang. Little Long Long. Jun Changshao pointed at the Demon Ridge Black Eagle that was about to fly up and ordered, "Don't let it escape, catch it quickly." Whoosh whoosh, as soon as he said that, little Long Long, who was still in its second combat form, suddenly rushed over like a fireball, raising its fist and punching the void. Bang! The explosive scorching fire fist whistled and blasted directly on the head of the Demon Ridge Black Eagle that had just flown up. Then, the eagle flapped its wings and crashed into the mountain, splashing dust all over the sky. Chapter 570. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle that had just flown up was directly smashed into the mountain by a flaming fist. The vibration and momentum caused by the fall were very powerful. Mo Shan was dumbfounded. This spirit beast that could turn into a monster was too fierce. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Wasn't it afraid that it would kill the other party with one punch? Gradually, the dust dissipated and everything was visible. The huge Demon Ridge Black Eagle was paralyzed in the gravel. Its entire head was swollen and its sharp eyes had turned turbid. It was obvious that it had been beaten unconscious. It had finally recovered from the loss of rationality. It thought that it could spread its wings and soar between heaven and earth, but it was suddenly attacked. It was too pitiful. Shush! Jun Changshao flew over and saw that the Demon Ridge Black Eagle was dizzy. He said, "You hit it too hard. What if its head is damaged?" Little Long Long said aggrievedly, "I saw that it was quite big and thought that it was very powerful. Who knew that it was so weak?" The Demon Ridge Black Eagle almost vomited blood. "Brother, with your explosive punch just now, it is already very strong that I didn't pass out directly." Shush! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the middle grade Sect Leader Ball. "Go, Sect Leader Ball." Dong! It hit the Demon Ridge Black Eagle's head. In the end, there was no reaction. The system said, "This is a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang. It is impossible for the middle grade Sect Leader Ball to subdue it." Okay. Jun Changshao took out the high-grade Sect Leader Ball and said, "I was thinking too much." Swoosh ding dong. The high-grade Sect Leader Ball hit the Demon Ridge Black Eagle's head and directly turned into a stream of light and merged into the Tai Chi pattern. Mo Shan was shocked. Why did it disappear? Jun Changshao took back all the middle-grade and high-grade Sect Leader Balls and clapped his hands. This trip is not in vain. He found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley and caught a middle-grade spirit beast. It was absolutely wonderful. However, come to think of it, how could there be a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang in the valley? The light that was formed just now attracted so many zombie beasts. Why didn't it appear until the demonic aura disappeared? It seemed to wake up and fly up. The system said, "Maybe there's some kind of restriction here. Not only can it make the beasts lose their rationality, it can also restrain powerful spirit beasts. The host has found the treasure. The restriction has been lifted. The ferocious beast has regained its rationality. The spirit beast has also regained its freedom." Jun Changshao, who was originally planning to leave, heard what it said and became interested. He said, "Why don't we look for more crystal nuclei here?" The zombie beast recovered. The crystal core must be normal too. No one dared to set foot in this place all year round. It was definitely a huge breeding ground for vicious beasts. Boom! Boom! In the Demon Ridge Valley, the explosions continued. The ferocious beast that had just regained its consciousness was met with a calamity. Especially those special ones, such as the ferocious beasts related to the 5 elements, could not escape from Jun Changxiao's demonic clutches. One after another, they contributed their crystal cores. Fortunately, there was only one spiritual beast comparable to Wu Huang in the Demon Ridge Valley. Even if the little dragon was weak, he could easily kill it. 3 days passed. Jun Changxiao walked through the entire valley. He killed a lot of high-level ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts comparable to martial kings. The number of spirit nuclei accumulated was also increasing. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was also released after recuperating in the sect leader's ball. Good heavens! It was about 200 to 300 feet tall, and the hair on its body was like black iron. Its eyes were especially sharp, and it looked extraordinarily mighty. However, thinking of the scene of being beaten up by the little dragon, it suddenly felt a little inferior. It's about time. Jun Changshao grabbed Mo Shang and jumped onto the head of the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. He said, "Let's go back." Swish! 2 pairs of black wings spread out and suddenly flapped. Whoosh! The wind whistled and dust flew. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was like a moving hill, slowly flying out of the Demon Ridge Valley. Mo Shang lay on it, holding the hard feathers tightly with both hands for fear of being blown out. His eyes were filled with excitement. Fly! This was the dream of many martial artists in the Falling Star continent. Today, although he could not fly with his own ability, being carried by a flying spirit beast and experiencing the feeling of soaring in the sky was still exciting. Screech! Suddenly, a cold eagle cry came from the sky, breaking the silence and alarming the martial artists who were hurrying and resting. They looked up and gradually widened their eyes. In their field of vision, a giant black eagle was flying. With a flap of its wings, it had already passed several mountains. "Oh my God!" A martial artist exclaimed, "How can there be such a big eagle?" On this day, the giant black eagle flew over Dingyang County. Millions of people witnessed it and many martial king experts were alarmed. It was a pity, by the time they rushed over, the behemoth had already flown over thousands of mountains and disappeared. In a dark secret room, dozens of black-robed martial artists were lying on the cold floor as if they were dying. If Yao Menjing was present, she would definitely recognize one of them as Grandpa Lu, who was closest to her. Guardian Lu. A martial artist said weakly, "I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on any longer. I can't go out and kill those deceiving people. I'm really unwilling." Another martial artist said. Buzz. At this moment, the compass-like object in Guardian Lu's hand suddenly lit up. He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in ecstasy, "The Demon Ridge Valley has a successor. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle has reappeared." What? The dying martial artist seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and became extremely excited. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Sect's forces were spread all over the Falling Star continent. The strongest was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor sect created by the Demon Emperor. Below them were forces like the Demon Ridge Valley. Ha ha ha. Guardian Lu laughed loudly and said, "The Demon Ridge Valley that has been sealed for 10,000 years has finally welcomed a successor. He will definitely assist the young master and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Demon Sect." Boom! Boom! At this moment, the door of the secret room sealed by a formation was bombarded by some kind of force. "Oh no!" A martial artist said, "They're attacking." Guardian Lu frowned and stood up with difficulty. He said resolutely, "We swear to protect the Demon Sect's sacred ground with our lives. We swear to protect with our lives." Dozens of injured warriors stood up and leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder. Boom! After dozens of bombardments, the formation collapsed and the stone door was broken open. Hundreds of powerful martial kings rushed in and shouted coldly, "Today is the day you Demon Sect's remnants die. As long as the heavens and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Sect will exist forever." Guardian Lu shouted, and dozens of Demon Sect's cultivators echoed in unison. Immediately, black streams of light lingered around their bodies and flashed with the most dazzling light. Oh no! Boom! On this day, a shocking explosion came from the secret room of the Demon Mountain. Half of the mountain was blown up, and the experts sent by the top 10 righteous sects suffered heavy casualties. The underworld also sent in the latest news. The remnants of the Demon Sect's defenders were completely wiped out. All the martial artists clapped their hands and expressed their deepest condolences to the deceased righteous Sect's experts. Sect of all times. The moment the demon mountain exploded, Yao Menjing, who was in the middle of cultivation, felt her mind shake. Her originally clear eyes suddenly turned deep red. Sooner or later, this emperor will make all of you deceiving righteous sects pay with your lives and souls for the blood feud of 10,000 years. Junior sister. Lu Wancher turned her head and said, "What are you talking about? Ah, why are your eyes red?" Yao Menjing blinked, and her red eyes returned to normal. She said with a blank face, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lu Wancher was speechless. "I should be asking you what's going on." "Nothing." Yao Menjing said, "Aren't I cultivating?" "That's not right. I think I heard you say something about a blood feud and something about paying with your lives and souls." "Did I say that?" "Didn't you say that?" "I really didn't say that." Okay, you didn't say that." "I heard wrong." "Go to sleep. Don't just cultivate all day. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. Otherwise, you will become a martial arts nerd like second senior brother and the others." Chapter 571. Puchi. Puchi. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle flapped its 2 pairs of big wings and flew to the Iron Bone Mountain in only 10 minutes. The bird-type beasts had an absolute advantage in speed. It was comparable to Wu Huang's bird-type spirit beasts, so it would definitely be faster. However, it was not in its fastest state. Because the Demon Ridge Black Eagle was punched by Little Long Long, it had not recovered to its best state. Ha! The disciples of the sect of all times who were cultivating suddenly felt the sky darkening and looked up together. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaomo exclaimed, "What is this?" "Eagle." Li Qingyang said in a deep voice. "Eagle?" Su Xiaomo's mouth twitched, "It's too big." Li Luoqiu walked out, worried that the eagle beast would hurt the sect, so she had the idea of activating the sect protection array. "The patriarch is up there." At this moment, Jiangye opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch?" Li Luoqiu was stunned. She focused her eyes and tried to look up. She found that on the eagle beast's head, Jun Changshao in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were flying, his hair was still neat. "It's the patriarch. Oh my God, the patriarch is standing on such a big eagle beast. He's so handsome." The disciples of the sect of all times had strong admiration in their eyes. Whoosh whoosh. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle gradually retracted its wings and its sharp claws landed lightly in the outer courtyard. Although it was very careful, its body was too heavy. The moment it touched the ground, there was a violent vibration. The building built by Li Qingyang was by no means a tofu dregs project. It was restored to its original state after a slight tremor. Especially the main hull. It did not move in the vibration. Swish. Jun Changshao jumped down from the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. Because of his flying experience, he did not vomit. Mo Shang could not take it anymore. As soon as his feet landed on the thick ground, he vomited. "Patriarch, what is this?" Looking at the mountain-like eagle, Su Xiaomo's eyes were still filled with shock. "My contracted beast, the Devil Ridge Black Eagle," Jun Changshao said. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaomo and the other disciples all widened their eyes. Previously, when he went to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range in Huaiyang County, the patriarch brought back a pack of hurricane wolves. Now that he had gone out again and brought back such a huge contract beast, this was simply too awesome. "Patriarch." Jiangye looked at Mo Shang and asked, "Who is this person?" Jun Changshao said, "A newly recruited disciple." "Oh." Jiangye responded. However, his intuition told him that the strange aura around this young man could be an evil cultivator. When Jun Changshao returned to the sect, the Devil Ridge black eagle that he rode shocked all the disciples. Of course. It was impossible for such a colossus to be placed in a sect, so it was placed in the Iron Bone Mountain. Tisk, Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Devil Ridge black eagle's physique was very big, compared to his former mount, the clear sky jade carving, there was still a big gap. Hall Master Li Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said, "Is there any news recently?" Yes. Li Luoqiu told him the information she had just obtained. The remnants of the demon sect were destroyed in the Demon Mountain. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "I have heard a little about this matter, it seems that many sects are involved." That's right. Li Luoqiu said, "There are at least 10 sects, and the lowest is third-rate." TSK. Jun Changshao sighed, "Do you hate demon cultivators so much?" Li Luoqiu said, "Patriarch, the righteous sects have zero tolerance for demon cultivators. Once the news that Menjing has the innate demon body spreads out, I'm afraid it will cause big trouble." So. Jun Changshao tapped his fingers on the table and said, "No matter what, this matter can't be spread out." That's right. He looked at Jiangye and said, "How is Menjing's cultivation recently?" "She has already entered the peak of martial disciple," Jiangye said. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "So fast?" "Patriarch, it's actually not fast." Jiangye said, "If there is a professional demon cultivation martial technique, the little girl's aptitude can be fully displayed. It's a pity that the demon sect has been destroyed for thousands of years, and many of their cultivation techniques have long been burned to ashes. There are very few left in the world." Jun Changshao said with a smile, "There are none outside, but there are in the sect of all times." Huh. Jiangye and Li Luoqiu looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of the patriarch's words for a moment. Yao Menjing was a disciple of the sect of all times, so Jun Changshao didn't care if she was a demon cultivator or an evil cultivator, so he brought Mo Shang to the room where the little girl lived. "Menjing. I've brought you someone of the same path." "Someone of the same path?" Mo Shang was startled. He carefully sized up the 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him. His heart suddenly trembled, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, an invisible force forced him to bend his knees and kneel down. No. How could he kneel down to a little girl? Mo Shang fought against the rising power and finally stabilized his body and legs. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that his expression was abnormally ugly, Jun Changshao was puzzled. "No. Nothing." Mo Shang squeezed out a smile with difficulty, then cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, little senior sister." Boom! The moment he called out, "Little senior sister," his originally suppressed power erupted like a flood. In the end, he couldn't resist and knelt in front of Yao Menjing. Jun Changshao was stunned. They were all from the same sect, and their seniority was the same. Why was there a need for such a big bow? Yao Menjing also said in surprise, "Patriarch, why is he kneeling?" Mo Shang was about to cry. "I don't fucking know why I'm kneeling." "You. Get up quickly." Yao Menjing was a little flustered. Strangely enough, that invisible force disappeared into thin air, allowing him to get up and say, "Little senior sister," plop. He knelt on the ground again. Jun Chang laughed and said, "You're giving me such a big bow without saying a word. Are you sick?" Mo Shang wanted to cry but had no tears. "Patriarch, I can't control my body at all." Yao Menjing said, "Get up quickly." The force controlling Mo Shang disappeared again. He tried to get up, and the expression on his face was quite interesting. Jun Changshao said, "Call me little senior sister again." Mo Shang said, "Little senior sister." Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, he lost control and knelt on the ground again. Jun Changshao came to a realization and thought to himself, "This kid can't call me little senior sister, otherwise he won't be able to control his body and kneel down." Is it because this girl has the demon emperor's innate devil body and her status is extremely noble, so other devil cultivators have to be careful with their words and actions? Mo Shang. Jun Changshao said, "Don't call me little senior sister in the future." Huh? Mo Shang said, "Then what should I call you?" Jun Changshao was silent for a moment, and said, "Just call me little boss." Little boss? The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched, and said, "Patriarch, aren't you also the boss? How can I call a fellow disciple boss? Wouldn't the seniority be messed up?" "It's fine if you don't call me that, then just keep kneeling," Jun Changshao said. Mo Shang compromised, and cupped his hands at Yao Menjing, "Little boss." Needless to say, when he called out this name, that irresistible force did not appear, and he could not help but feel happy. Mo Shang. Jun Changshao said, "From today onwards, you will temporarily teach Menjing demonic path knowledge." Yao Menjing said in surprise, "Patriarch, he is also a devil cultivator." "Little boss." Mo Shang said weakly, "I can only be considered half a devil cultivator." Chapter 572. Jiangye had been in the demon fiend sect before and was considered half an evil cultivator. However, he had nothing to do with a real evil cultivator, so he was powerless to teach Yao Menjing cultivation. Although Mo Shang was not an orthodox one, he was still considered half an evil cultivator. It was undoubtedly a very good choice to teach the little girl. Of course. This teaching was not on martial arts, but on demonic knowledge, so that Yao Menjing could have a more comprehensive understanding. As for the demonic cultivation techniques, Jun Changshao did not take out the ones he obtained from the Demon Ridge Valley for the time being. Instead, he returned to the study and opened the technique pavilion. There were demonic cultivation techniques inside. If it could be exchanged, it should be more profound than the Demon Ridge Valley martial arts, right? Whoosh! He tapped on the demon flame holy slash. The content was 1000399, exchangeable. As expected. Jun Changshao was not surprised. This martial arts technique with the word demonic is a demonic cultivation technique. He kept the interface and continued to look at the secret manuals in the technique pavilion, hoping to find a demonic cultivation technique for Yao Menjing to cultivate. Got it. Blood Cloud Sky Scripture. According to the introduction of the secret manual, this was a domineering cultivation technique that did not take the ordinary path. Proper martial arts cultivators could not cultivate it casually. Otherwise, their meridians would be injured and they would explode and die. The exchange requirement was 1000599, exchangeable. In that case, this was also a demonic cultivation technique because there were a large number of secret manuals in the Demon Ridge Valley that could be exchanged directly. The little girl should focus on cultivation now. Exchanging for a cultivation technique is undoubtedly more valuable than a martial arts technique. However, Jun Changshao was a little hesitant. For now, he did not know if the martial arts techniques in the technique pavilion were as powerful as the introduction said. If it was just an exaggeration, he would say it. Exchanging for 599 Demon Ridge Valley secret manuals from 10,000 years ago would definitely be a loss. The system said, the martial arts techniques in the technique pavilion are equivalent to the martial arts techniques in the store. If the host still has doubts, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Hearing this, Jun Changshao directly tapped on, exchangeable. Ding! Consumed 599 secret manuals and successfully exchanged for Blood Cloud Sky Scripture X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. At the same time, the 599 secret manuals of the Demon Ridge Valley that were stored in the spatial ring disappeared into thin air, and a secret manual with a red cover appeared. This secret manual looked very old and gave off a sinister aura. It was easy to tell that it was not a proper martial technique. Jun Changshao threw the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture on the table and said, "Lass, this seat found a suitable cultivation method for you. You take it and cultivate first. He was never stingy when it came to his disciples. As long as he had something, he would provide it. Furthermore, he would provide the best. Yao Menjing hurriedly walked over and took the secret manual in her hand. Feeling the special aura emanating from it, her mood immediately became incomparably good. She happily said, "Thank you, Patriarch." "Patriarch." Mo Shang said excitedly, "Can I learn it?" That blood cloud heaven incomplete scripture, he only glanced at it from far away and felt a surge of fiendish energy pulling him. He immediately concluded that it was definitely a profound fiend sect martial art. Here. Jun Changshao took out another book from the spatial ring and threw it over. The martial techniques purchased from the cultivation method pavilion could be duplicated. After he exchanged, he directly duplicated 1,000 books. "Many thanks, Patriarch." Mo Shang held the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture lovingly, his eyes flickering with excitement. Following this, not only did he act as Yao Menjing's mentor for entering the fiend path, but he also had to study this fiend path mental cultivation method. Little boss. 2 days later, Mo Shang frowned and said, "This mental cultivation method is a little profound. Looks like we need a period of time to comprehend it. It's also not difficult." Yao Menjing said, "I've already learned it." "Learned it?" Mo Shang immediately opened his eyes wide. He comprehended for 2 days and did not gain anything. How could a 6 or 7-year-old girl be so fast? The little girl said, "I've been cultivating these 2 days and can absorb the special energy between heaven and earth for my own use. My strength has clearly increased quite a bit." "These 2 days?" The corners of Mo Shang's mouth twitched and he said, "Could it be that little boss learned the mental cultivation method right after obtaining it from the Patriarch?" Yao Menjing said. Plop. Mo Shang fell to the ground and howled in his heart, "Patriarch, I feel that it's more appropriate for little boss to teach me." Yao Menjing, who possessed the innate devil body, could be said to be cultivating the blood cloud sky scripture at a rather fast speed. With this mental cultivation method, she was destined to step into the demonic path and would never be able to turn back. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one knew. Mo Shang was very hurt. Originally, he had been teaching Yao Menjing in the name of the Patriarch. In the end, he had become a student in terms of cultivation and was asking her for advice every day. Needless to say, after a few days, he had benefited a lot and finally started to circulate the blood cloud sky scripture. After successfully cultivating this demonic path mental cultivation method, Mo Shang seemed to have opened a brand new martial arts door and was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The reason why he called himself half a demonic cultivator was because he had some understanding of the demonic path, but he had never truly cultivated any demonic path martial arts. Now that he had comprehended the blood cloud sky scripture and began to gather the special attributes that only demonic cultivators had, it meant that he was a true demonic martial cultivator. Mo Shang. One day, Yao Menjing said happily, "I've broken through to the martial master realm." Mo Shang, "I've broken through to the first grade martial master realm." Mo Shang, "I've broken through to the second grade martial master realm." Mo Shang. In just half a month, Yao Menjing's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into the 6th grade martial master realm. Although she was not the strongest in the sect of all times, she was definitely not at the bottom. More importantly, Yao Menjing was only 6 or 7 years old. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age was definitely very shocking. Not bad, not bad. After learning about the girl's cultivation speed, Jun Changshao grinned. "Tsk tisk." Jiangye said with emotion, "As expected of a demonic cultivator, the speed of improvement is really unimaginable." Patriarch. Ning Duxing frowned and said, "It's a good thing for the girl to improve quickly, but we must keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster." "Yes." Jun Changshao said, "I will pay attention." The only thing he could do now was to not let Yao Menjing go out and cultivate in the sect in peace. Of course. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Jun Changshao began to plan for the worst. If others knew, how would the sect face it? After thinking about it, he could only let himself and his disciples improve their cultivation in a short period of time, so that they would have the strength to face all the dangers. Cultivate, cultivate. Jun Changshao temporarily handed the sect over to Li Luoqiu and a few elders to manage, and began to concentrate on cultivating. In the following month, he relied on various resources and sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array to cultivate crazily, and the energy of the dual spirit cores continued to increase. However, if he wanted to enter the 4th grade, he would need at least 2 to 3 months. That's too slow. Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. In the past month, he had absorbed countless natural spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills. If he was a normal martial king, he would definitely be able to advance by 1 grade. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a heavy aura suddenly erupted from the inner court and instantly filled the entire sect. Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses spread out and locked onto Yi Xingqian's room. He grinned and said, "This guy is finally going to break through to the martial king realm." Yes. After nearly 2 months of comprehension, Night Emperor finally found an opportunity and showed signs of advancing. Junior brother Yi is going to break through. Haha, our sect of all times is going to have another martial king. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to break through, a majestic and cold aura emerged from the room in the distance. Jun Changshao was overjoyed and said, "Zhou Hong is also going to become a sword king." On this day, in the sky above the sect of all times, the aura of the martial king and sword king was on par with each other, and their momentum was great. Chapter 573. It was normal for Yi Xingqian, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra, to break through to martial king. However, it was unbelievable that Zhou Hong broke through to sword king right after him. One had to know. He had just become a grade 7 sword great master after taking the sword path aptitude liquid. Now, he was going to become a sword king in less than 2 months. That was too fast. It all started with the way he cultivated. Sword path was different from martial path. It was all about comprehension. If one had a sudden epiphany, it would not be a problem for him to break through quickly. Zhou Hong's sword path aptitude had been improved by the liquid and he had comprehended the Ling Jian divine technique. In just 2 months, his understanding of sword path had improved by leaps and bounds. That was how he found the opportunity to break through to sword king. Jun Changshao was very happy. Yi Xingqian breaking through to martial king and Zhou Hong breaking through to sword king would definitely increase the strength of the sect. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 kings' auras intertwined in the sky above the sect of all times. The momentum was so great that it shocked all the disciples. Li Qingyang and the others who were stuck at Wuzong Peak were inspired by Yi Xingqian's aura. They all sat down cross-legged and meditated, hoping to learn from it. An hour later, the martial king's aura was gradually withdrawn. Yi Xingqian, who was in the room, opened his eyes and smiled. He thought to himself, "Today, I return to martial king." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a majestic king's aura was released. Jun Changshao smiled. "I broke through." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others benefited from Yi Xingqian's martial Dao aura. It would definitely help them break through to martial king. At this moment, Zhou Hong's sharp sword aura was also withdrawn. He successfully became a sword king from sword great master. At this moment, the sect of all times had a martial king and a sword king. On the same day, at the same time, 2 martial kings appeared. If this spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. "We can't relax either," Li Qingyang said, "let's break through to martial king as soon as possible." Yes. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others were not discouraged by junior brother Ye's breakthrough. Instead, they wanted to become even stronger. Yixingchen's and Zhou Hong's breakthroughs had brought the sect of all times' strength to a whole new level. At the same time, it had also spurred the disciples to work even harder in their martial arts training. That was it. Another half a month passed. Yao Menjing's advancement from a 6th grade martial master to a 9th grade martial master was extremely fast. Of course. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than he would. This guy had always kept a low profile, as if he didn't exist. However, his cultivation level kept rising. In the past 2 months, he had also stepped into the peak of Wuzong. His aptitude was heaven-defying, and he had all sorts of resources from the sect to support him. If he did not soar, he would be letting down his transcendent grade spirit root. Of course. The cultivation levels of the sect of all times disciples had also increased as a whole, especially those who had just entered the academy. Their aptitudes were not bad, and their speed of improvement was especially obvious. For example, Jing Wugo. He had just stepped into Wuzong before entering the sect, and now he had reached the 5th grade. Chu Xiunan, Huoling, and the others were not as monstrous as their senior, but they also relied on the spirit tempering pill and the 3rd floor of the training tower to successfully step into Wuzong. With the overall strength of the sect of all times, if the Xinyan County sent another army to invade, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Zhua Chaochuan, who had been beaten up by Little Long Long, did not have the courage to find trouble with the Azure Sun County. Instead, he obediently operated his own territory. Too slow. After finishing cultivating the spirit-gathering formation, Jun Changshao sat in his study with his hands on his head. His eyes were filled with despair. During this period of time, the disciples had been cultivating like a raging fire, and their cultivation levels had also increased. However, he was still at the 3rd grade and had not made any substantial progress. Jun Patriarch was not worried that his cultivation level would be surpassed by his disciples. However, as the master of a sect, if his strength did not increase, how would he face the dangers that would appear at any time in the future? Hurry up and give me a mission. Hurry up and give me a reward. Jun Changshao wished that a mission would appear. After completing it, he would be rewarded with an experience talisman so that he could quickly break through the peak of the Sword and Martial King realm. Then, he would trigger an epic mission and successfully become the Sword and Martial Emperor realm. In your dreams, said the system. Jun Changshao said, if there's no other way, I can only, whoosh. He opened the system interface and tapped on his name. He gritted his teeth and said, use contribution points to exchange for experience points. When he was still at the channel opening stage, he had used this function before. 47 contribution points were directly cleared, and his cultivation level broke through from stage 7 to stage 10. At that time, no matter how many contribution points he had, they would all be cleared. Now that the system had been continuously upgraded and improved, he could enter a certain number of points to exchange for experience points. There were no missions, no experience talismans. Cultivating step by step was simply too slow. Jun Changshao had to consider using this method to quickly improve. The system said, it's not worth it to exchange contribution points for experience points. Host, please think twice before you act. Jun Changshao said, anyway, I don't lack anything now. I'll just exchange the small change first. As he said that, he increased the amount of experience points to 2,991 points and tapped on the exchange button. Ding! Contribution points, 100, 002, 0000. When 2,991 points of contribution points disappeared, the 2 spirit cores in Jun Changshao's Dantian suddenly surged with boundless spiritual energy. It felt as if he had crushed an experience talisman. Come on. Break through. Become stronger. Just as Jun Changshao was about to break through, the spiritual energy in his Dantian suddenly calmed down. His realm was still stuck at stage 3. Fuck. He hugged his head and said frantically, I have so many contribution points, but I still haven't broken through. The system said, I just said that it's not worth it to use this method to exchange contribution points, but the host didn't listen. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. However, as he continued to cultivate, he happily realized that the breakthrough that would have taken him nearly 2 months seemed to have only taken him slightly more than 10 days. In other words, although the nearly 3,000 points of contribution points did not increase his realm by 1 level, it had greatly reduced his cultivation time. It's not a loss, not a loss. Jun Changshao comforted himself. The system muttered, using nearly 3,000 points of contribution points to refresh, who knows, you might be able to get something good. Jun Changshao continued to focus on his cultivation. Sure enough, after more than 10 days, the 2 spirit cores in his dantian were completely saturated. His realm had also successfully advanced from stage 3 to stage 4. Calculating the time. He had already cultivated for more than 2 months. During this period, not only did he consume a lot of martial arts resources, but he also spent so many contribution points. It was really not easy to break through 1 level. Although Jun Patriarch's improvement was slow, as long as he advanced by 1 level, the improvement in his strength was very significant. Boom! In the training room, a punch landed on the testing machine. The strength value that appeared was 7 million Jin. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled in satisfaction. When he had just broken through stage 1, his strength was 3 million, and stage 2 was only 4 million. Now that he had advanced by 2 levels and reached 7 million, it meant that his strength had increased by more than 1 million. The system said, this is because the host has taken the spirit tempering pill. Jun Changshao said proudly, martial artists at the king stage, who can compete with me? No. The system said, unless it's Wu Huang of a higher level. Jun Changshao jumped and landed on the main hall. He raised his head and sang, how lonely it is to be invincible. Whoosh, the happy football shot toward him. Bang! Jun Changshao threw a punch. The football flew directly in the opposite direction and hit Li Fei's face with great precision. Then, he flew out of the outer courtyard and landed at the foot of the mountain with an sound. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaomao laughed gloatingly. Especially Chu Xiaonan, Huo Ling, and the others who had been ravaged by Li Fei. They were laughing so hard that tears came out. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked out of the drizzle hall. She raised her head and said, I just received news that we are in trouble. Trouble? Chapter 574. In the main hall. Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers sat at the head of the table, frowning. The atmosphere was solemn. Jun Changshao sat at the head of the table with one hand holding his face and the other tapping rhythmically on the table. Humph, after a while, he sneered and said, I just changed the name of the sect, and so many forces are unhappy with me. Li Luoqiu said, Patriarch, our name is too ostentatious. It's inevitable that we will be targeted. Just now, there was news that 5 fourth-rate sects from the neighboring West Cloud State were heading to Qingyang County with the purpose of meeting the sect of all times. In southwest Yangzhou, many forces were unhappy with the new name. However, Jun Changshao had the support of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so no one dared to say anything. The forces outside did not agree. What right did a newly promoted sect have to be named all times? Who gave him the courage to do so? No, no. They had to meet them. The sects of West Cloud State were not brainless villains. They knew that the sect of all times was rated as one of the top 3 sects, so they must have something extraordinary. So, they joined forces to head to Qingyang County to discuss martial arts. Jiang Ye said, Patriarch, West Cloud State has always been righteous. They have long despised the remote southwest Yangzhou. I'm afraid that the 5 fourth-rate sects are not just here to cause trouble for the sect of all times. The west of the Starfall continent was vast. Among them, the west was the main one, with the northwest above and the southwest below. There were a total of 3 large states. West Cloud State had the best geographical location and was also abnormally rich in natural attributes and resources. It was undoubtedly the strongest. So, the forces and families here had a natural sense of superiority. They did not care about the southwest and northwest states at all. Jun Changshao said, "You mean that they came to the sect of all times to cause trouble for the southwest Yangzhou?" "That's right," Jiang Ye said. Jun Changshao said, "If you're looking for trouble, go to the heavenly mandate imperial city. Come to the sect of all times. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The patriarch changed the name of the sect to the sect of all times and gave them this opportunity, Jiang Ye said. "All right." Jun Changshao said, "I will let these fourth-rate sects know that in southwest Yangzhou, you can mess with anyone but the sect of all times." Every city in the southwest Yangzhou province received the news that the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud province had sent experts to the Azure Sun County. Like I said, as long as the name, sect of all times gets out, it will definitely attract trouble. See if it's accurate or not. The West Cloud State has long been displeased with our southwest Yangzhou state. This time, they are just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Fortunately, it's only a fourth-rate sect. If it alarmed a second-rate or third-rate sect, I'm afraid it would be even more troublesome. The sect of all times has been quite arrogant recently. It's not bad to be taught a lesson by others. According to the West Cloud Province's travel route, they will arrive at the Azure Sun County in about 5 days. We can rush there in advance to watch the show. For a time, cultivators from all over southwest Yangzhou flooded into the Azure Sun County. The certification headquarters also received the news. Tianxing shook his head and said, "What will come will come." When he decided to announce the name of the sect of all times, he expected that one day, forces from other provinces would come looking for trouble. Headmaster Elder Zhou said, "In my opinion, I'm afraid that the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province is deliberately testing our southwest Yangzhou, a rising sect with the potential to become one of the top 3 sections." Elder Zhen was more impatient and said, This is a typical example of not being able to see others doing well." Tianxing asked, "How many people did the West Cloud Province send?" 2 Wu Huang, 10 martial kings, and thousands of disciples. "Their strength is at the level of Wuzong," Elder Zhou said. "This lineup is not small." Tianxing frowned and said, "The West Cloud Province wants to use the sect of all times to humiliate southwest Yangzhou." Headmaster Elder Zhou said, "The young city lord of Lingting Royal City is also here." Oh. Tianxing held his chin and said, "This matter may not be controlled by the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province, but by the Royal City. Red Lotus. In the Academy building, Situ Haoyun said, "The West Cloud Province sent 5 fourth-rate sects to challenge the sect of all times this time. I'm afraid it's a show of force." Princess Red Lotus said, "Father once told me that the Lingting Royal City will not be quiet for long. The young city lord is also here. As the princess of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, you should go and meet the sect of all times to avoid being caught by others," Situ Haoyun said. "Yes." Princess Red Lotus said, "I will go now." After she left, Situ Haoyun looked up at the sky and whispered, "Little guy, you changed the name of your sect, so you must be prepared to face all kinds of trouble." Jun Changshao was already prepared. At this moment, not only did he learn about the strength of the sects, but he also triggered a side mission. The content was to defeat the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud Province. Jun Patriarch, who was a little unhappy at first, was now overjoyed. After all, he was worried about not having a mission to do, and now someone was coming to deliver it. 2 Wu Huangs. "Sorry, my 2 contracts are enough to destroy them." 10 martial kings. All of you come together, I can fight 10 alone. As for those Wuzong, the disciples of the sect of all times can stand in a row and choose at will. If I don't beat you up, I won't know why the flowers are so red. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, Elder Ma of the Tsangshan sect is here to see you. Let him in. Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting hurried into the main hall and said, Jun Patriarch, the West Cloud province sent 2 Wu Huangs and 10 martial kings. This is a little troublesome. The Tsangshan sect had also received the news and sent him here with the intention of helping. Jun Changshao said proudly, as long as it's not a third-rate sect, even if 10 fourth-rate sects come together, my sect of all times will not be afraid. The corner of Ma Yunting's mouth twitched. Every time he saw Jun Changshao, he felt that he was getting stronger. But, that arrogance and haughtiness of his was also getting stronger. Jun Patriarch was arrogant because he was getting more and more confident. If he became stronger and still acted like a grandson, that would be too fucked up. For the next few days, the martial cultivators and forces of the southwest Yangzhou province gathered at the foot of Iron Bone Mountain. They were unable to enter the mountain gate because they were restricted. Xie Guanquan, Ai Shangyao and the others could enter and leave freely. After all, their relationship with the sect of all times was very close. Qin Haoran and the people from the 100 Sect Alliance also came. However, compared to the forces of the southwest Yangzhou province, they were as inconspicuous as ants. At this moment, Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the alliance were already very low-key. Their hatred for Jun Changshao was long gone. When a person was very rich, others would look down on them and gossip behind their backs. When a person was sitting on billions of assets, they would obediently shut their mouths, because it was already beyond their level of discussion. The current sect of all times, in the eyes of Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance, was an unreachable giant. Naturally, they did not have the courage to face it. Of course. Jun Changshao had long forgotten about this enemy force, because they were no longer a threat. In the future, they would have to face greater challenges. The life and death arena at the foot of the mountain was not dismantled. The 5th day. Jun Changshao sat on top with his legs crossed, quietly waiting for the guests who came from thousands of miles away. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others stood below the arena with their chests puffed out. This scene seemed familiar. Previously, when the evil forces of Huayang province were instigated by the deicide shrine branch to fight, Jun Patriarch had set up the arena like this and had a fair fight with them. Until today. Huayang province had been swallowed by Xinjiang province, and the former Iron Bone had become the sect of all times. Jun Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus, who had arrived yesterday, sat to the side and asked, this time, the West Cloud province came prepared. Do you have a chance of winning? Yes. How much? 100%. Jun Changshao said firmly, which made Princess Red Lotus fall silent. She thought to herself, I hope so. They're here. They're here. Someone shouted. Jun Changshao's spiritual senses spread out. On a small path in the distance, 2 Wu Huang with strong auras led thousands of martial artists over. Their martial arts cultivation erupted, shocking the martial artists of southwest Yangzhou province. They had not arrived, but their aura was. This was a show of strength. Jun Changshao flicked his hard black hair and said loudly, all disciples, release your aura and warmly welcome our friends from afar. Chapter 575. The people from the 5 fourth-rate sects of West Cloud State had yet to arrive, but their aura had already arrived. It was obvious that they wanted to intimidate the martial cultivators present. They were so arrogant in other people's territory. It could be seen how much they looked down on southwest Yangzhou. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Jun Changshao immediately ordered the disciples to release their cultivation and return the favor in the same way. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times no longer used the hidden cultivation technique to suppress their cultivation and released their realms in an instant. The aura that was difficult to detect with the naked eye rushed toward the 5 major sects of West Cloud State. Tens of thousands of disciples released their cultivation, forming a wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The surrounding branches trembled and leaves fell wildly. The martial cultivators of southwest Yangzhou were stunned. Oh my God! The aura of these disciples was so strong that it felt like they were not mediocre at all. Humph! The 2 Wu Huang at the front had a trace of disdain in their eyes. They immediately released a little of their cultivation, as if it had turned into a big hand and pressed down on the incoming aura. Whoosh whoosh! The aura of the 2 Wu Huang collided violently with the aura of the sect of all times disciples. Although the martial cultivators present could not see it with their eyes, they could feel the cold wind whistling and their expressions changed again and again. This new sect with the potential to be in the top 3 was really valiant. They dared to compete with the aura of the 2 Wu Huang. Whoosh whoosh! The realm aura was still fiercely fighting in the void. Because the opponent was too strong, the sect of all times disciples could not resist and soon fell into a disadvantageous position and were pushed back. You overestimate yourselves. One of the Wu Huang from West Cloud State said lightly. It was undeniable that the aura of the sect of all times disciples was strong, but it was no doubt a fool's dream to shake a powerhouse of his level. Whoosh! Jun Changshao stood up and put his hands behind his back. The thick and sharp aura of the 2 kings of sword and martial arts erupted. Whoosh whoosh! The aura of the sect of all times disciples, who were retreating, stabilized the situation with the support of the patriarch's sword and martial arts and began to counterattack. Wu Huang frowned slightly. The young man in the ring had such a strong dual aura. He should be the patriarch of the sect of all times. Today. This old man wants to see what's so special about the sword and martial kings. Wu Huang stood where he was with his hands clasped behind his back. His majestic aura whizzed out and clashed madly with the power of the sword. It was a pity. Wanting to suppress the momentum of Jun Changshao and the other disciples with his strength alone was undoubtedly a bit wishful thinking. It's not. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Zhang Xian's face was about to turn green, but he was still unable to gain the upper hand. With Jun Patriarch's current strength, when he unleashed the aura of the sword and martial kings, an ordinary Wu Huang might not be able to take advantage of him. Elder Qi. This old man will lend you a hand. Wu Huang from the West Cloud State immediately released his emperor's aura. However, he had just released his aura. Yi Xingqian, Zhou Hong, Jiang Ye, and the Ning brothers also released their auras. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. Crack! Crack! Many trees could not withstand the force of the wind and were snapped in half. Oh my God! The martial cultivators from southwest Yangzhou all widened their eyes. The 2 forces had not met yet and had not said a word, but they were already competing with each other in such a thrilling aura. This was too explosive. 10 minutes later. Although the 2 Wu Huang from the West Cloud State were still releasing their aura, their faces were extremely ugly. Because even with the 2 of them working together, they still could not gain the upper hand. You could say that the sect of all times was relying on their numbers. But don't forget that they were facing 2 genuine Wu Huang. If it were other 5th-rate sects, with all their strength, not to mention fighting against 2, they couldn't even withstand 1. Among the martial cultivators who came to watch the battle, there was no lack of powerful ones. They were all amazed in their hearts. This new sect was indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 potential sections. They were not even afraid of facing Wu Huang. Little Long Long, who was lying on the arena, yawned and sent a sound transmission. Master, do you need my help? No need. Jun Changshao said, go back to sleep. Okay. Little Long Long continued to lie on the arena, and his eyelids gradually closed. Both of you. Princess Red Lotus could no longer sit still. She stood up and said, "It's meaningless to continue like this. Why don't we each take a step back and have a friendly martial arts exchange?" "Humph!" The two Wu Huang snorted and immediately retracted their auras of Wu Huang. They also realized that it would be difficult to suppress them if they continued fighting like this. Since someone was giving them a way out, they had to accept it. Moreover, they did not come to Jinyang County to compete with their auras. The two Wu Huang retracted their auras first. Jun Changshao and the other disciples also did so. The area immediately became quiet. Princess Red Lotus. At this moment, a feminine voice sounded, "We haven't met in a long time, right?" The person who spoke was a slender young man. He stood behind the two Wu Huang with a smile on his face, giving off a gentle and refined feeling. Ling Yu's room. The young city lord of Lingting Royal City. The 10 martial kings and many disciples behind him obviously had enough respect for him. Princess Red Lotus said, "It's been 10 years. Yes. Ling Yufang smiled. 10 years ago, your father brought experts from southwest Yangzhou to West Yunzhou and was beaten to a pulp. Although I was young at that time, I remember it clearly." Princess Red Lotus frowned even more. The martial cultivators of southwest Yangzhou lowered their heads in shame. 10 years ago, the two prefectures had a friendly spar. The 10 experts sent over fought 10 rounds and lost 10 rounds. They became the laughing stock of the falling star continent. To southwest Yangzhou, it was a shame that could not be washed away. Now, the young city lord of Lingting Royal City mentioned this matter. It was undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and looked at the smiling young man. He muttered, "This guy looks like he needs a beating." Ling Yufang smiled. However, in the past 10 years, southwest Yangzhou has developed quite well. A sect with the potential to be in the top 3 has appeared. As he spoke, he looked at Jun Changshao and said, "You should be the patriarch of Zhuogu Sect, right?" Zhuogu Sect. Jun Changshao's gaze gradually turned cold. It was rare to see such a person provoking him the moment he appeared. Did he think that because of his identity as the young city lord of West Yunzhou's royal city, he dared to be fearless in his territory? "Sorry." Ling Yufang shrugged and smiled, "A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. It should be the sect of all times." Everyone was speechless. Everyone could see that it was not a slip of the tongue. It was intentional. Jun Patriarch. Ling Yufang smiled, "You won't be angry, right?" Looking at this guy's smiling face, Jun Changshao almost could not help but rush over and kick him to the ground. One does not hit a smiling person. Jun Patriarch smiled faintly, "Children speak without fear. I won't be angry." Ling Yufang's smile stiffened and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Jun Changshao said, "Young Master Ling, why did you bring so many experts to my sect of all times from afar? I heard that your sect is strong and has been evaluated as having the potential to be in the top 3. Ling Yufang glanced at the disciples of the sect of all time standing below the stage. His eyes were full of contempt. "That's why I'm here to learn martial arts." Chapter 576. After Ling Yufang appeared, he rubbed salt on the wound and mocked the sect of all times as an ancient sect. He was definitely someone who deserved a beating. To be honest, this was the first time he met such a character since he transmigrated. If he didn't crush his dignity, how could he face the audience? The sect of all times welcomes everyone to discuss martial arts, but Jun Changshao paused and said, "Will young Master Ling come personally or send someone else?" Ling Yufang smiled and said, "To show my respect, of course the experts of the West Cloud State will come and challenge your sect." Although this guy was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had more or less heard about the sect of all times. He definitely wouldn't go up this time. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Young Master Ling, the people you brought won't do. Won't do." The two Wu Huang and 10 martial kings frowned. Ling Yufang smiled and said, whether they can or not, we'll only know after we ask. Jun Patriarch, don't jump to conclusions. No means no. Jun Changshao said. The experts of the West Cloud State had ugly expressions. They couldn't stand being looked down upon by a young man. Ling Yufang smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, you're very confident. If you insist, I'll accompany you to the end. Jun Changshao said, this life and death arena is my sect's challenge arena. Young Master Ling can send someone up to fight. In that case. Ling Yufang didn't want to waste any more time and said, then I'll accept. He waved his hand. Swoosh! A tall young man jumped onto the arena and cupped his hands. Xingyun Sect's inner disciple, Wu Kuei, requests to fight. This person was tall and sturdy with thick arms. It was obvious that his external martial arts were very strong. Yuhua. Jun Changshao said calmly, go. Yes. Yang Yuhua stepped onto the arena with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that the patriarch would let him be the first to fight in such an occasion. Jun Changshao and Princess Red Lotus walked down and handed the arena to Yang Yuhua and Wu Kuei. The martial cultivators who were watching the show couldn't take their eyes off him. The Xingyun sect was a rather prestigious fourth-rate sect in the West Cloud State. The strength of their inner sect disciples was certainly not bad. This battle was bound to be very exciting. Of course. As someone from southwest Yangzhou, he hoped that the disciples of the sect of all times would win. However, the other party had traveled such a long distance to cause trouble for him. How could the disciple who was sent out be ordinary? The chances of him winning were probably not high. Boom. A loud boom came from the arena, indicating that the battle had begun. The martial artists watching the battle widened their eyes in unison because the Xingyun sect disciple named Wu Kuei was forced to retreat continuously. He barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the battle zone, his face abnormally ferocious. Shua! Yang Yuhua strode over and punched out with her right fist, which was imbued with spiritual energy. Boom thump. Thump. Wu Kuei stepped back once again, then staggered off the stage and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The martial artists who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. 2 punches sent the inner sect disciple of the Xingyun sect flying and causing him to vomit blood. The inner sect disciple of the sect of all times was too terrifying. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Yuhua cupped her fists and said. Ling Yufang flicked the black hair in front of his forehead and said to himself, the sect of all times is indeed quite capable. It's no wonder that father sent so many experts. Yang Yuhua won the first battle. The martial artists who were watching the show could not come to their senses at all. This was because the battle had started and ended too quickly. There was something even faster. Ling Yufang sent out the second fighter. Both parties had just reported their names when the disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a kick from Li Tiantian. At the back. Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and the other outer sect disciples were sent out one by one. Most of their cultivation levels were 2nd or 3rd grade Wuzong. Even if their opponents were 5th or 6th grade Wuzong, they could defeat them directly. Boom! Another disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a punch from Huoling. Princess Red Lotus was astonished. This junior brother Huo was not very strong. He had just joined the sect of all times not long ago. Why did he seem like a different person? Jun Changshao said, young Master Ling, you've brought so many people. If you have to fight them one by one, it will take a long time. So, don't waste everyone's time. Just send a martial king. Ling Yufang's expression was very ugly. In his plan, he had first used the disciples of the sect of all times to defeat the disciples of the Xingyun sect before sending a martial king. He did not expect that the first round would be defeated one by one. Elder Sunday, Ling Yufang waved his hand and said, go. Yes. Elder son of the Xingyan sect jumped onto the stage and released his aura of a fifth-grade martial king. The martial artists of the southwest Yangzhou were immediately worried. 5 fourth-rate sects had sent a total of 10 martial kings. Could the sect of all times handle them? Patriarch Ning Duzue, who had always been a man of few words, said, "I'll fight." "Go," Jun Changshao said. Whoosh! Ning Duzue landed on the stage and cupped his hands, elder of the sect of all times, Ning Duzue. Ning Duzue? Elder son sneered, one of the Ning duo of the southeast Yangzhou. How can such a lowly person become an elder of a sect? This is the biggest joke in the world. Ning Duzue's gaze turned cold. Ling Yufang said, "Jun Patriarch, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the people of Jianghu for letting such a person become an elder?" The martial artists of the southwest Yangzhou discussed in low voices. They had heard of the Ning duo of the southeast Yangzhou, but they did not expect them to be an elder of the sect of all times. Letting such a person hold an important position in the sect would definitely be gossiped about. Young Master Ling, Jun Changshao said, "You don't have to worry about the people of my sect." Humph, elder son said indifferently, in this old man's opinion, since Jun Patriarch recruited such a person, there must be a lot of criminals in the sect. Ning Duzue said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense." Elder son said with disdain, "If not for the arena, this old man really doesn't want to fight with thieves like you to avoid dirtying my hands." Shwa! Ning Duzue could not stand it anymore and stepped forward. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly formed a dense number of fist shadows. Before joining the sect, he was a fifth-grade martial artist, and he was still a fifth-grade martial artist. Although he did not break through, he took the body-shaping pill, spirit-tempering pill, and various kinds of tempering. His strength increased significantly. Boom! Boom! On the arena, there was a burst of crazy explosions. Thump thump thump. Elder son, who was also a fifth-grade martial artist, could not withstand the power of the explosion. The air wall collapsed and he staggered back. It could be said that he was in a sorry state. Bang! Just as he stabilized his body, Ning Duzue's fist with violent spiritual energy directly hit his face. Wah! This group of people was very energetic. Not only did Elder Son's blood spurt out, but 2 rows of teeth also flew out. Plop! Elder Son fell at the edge of the arena. He was dizzy from the bombardment. Ning Duzue walked over and directly rode on his body like an ordinary person fighting. He raised his fist and said, "I don't mind dirtying my hands." Boom! Boom! Spiritual energy spread and the floor shook. After a torrential storm of violence, Elder Son was beaten into a pig's head by Ning Duzue and fainted on the spot. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was a fight between martial king-level martial artists. In the end, not only was there no exciting battle, it was more like an adult bullying a child. Chapter 577. Plop! Elder Son, who had fainted, was thrown out of the stage. Just now, he was complaining about dirtying his hands, but now, his head was stuck on the ground. So, everyone was already an adult, so there was no need to act cool. Patriarch Ning Duzue stood on the stage. His hands were stained with blood, but he had no intention of coming down. He said, "I can still fight." Jun Changshao touched his nose and said with a smile, "Young Master Ling, continue to send people to fight." Damn it! Ling Yufang's eyes flickered with anger. It was acceptable for the martial king to be defeated, but it was not acceptable for him to be so easily trampled. "I'll do it." Xingyan Sect's elder who volunteered. His strength was 2 levels higher than Elder Son's. He was already a 7th-grade martial king. "Go," Ling Yufang said. Whoosh! Elder who flew up and landed on the stage. He said coldly, "Xingyan Sect's elder who shao." Don't talk nonsense. Ning Duzue said, let's start. Hu Xiao spread out his hands, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out like a big net. Seeing elder son being oppressed without any power to fight back, he realized that the opponent was very strong. So, he had to take the initiative first. Spirit Explosion Seal. Hu Xiao shouted. The spiritual energy that spread out crisscrossed and turned into a big hand that pressed down on Ning Duzue. His psionic powers gathered explosive power and created a matcha with the air. Instantly, a terrifying kacha sound could be heard. Ning Duzue sneered, took 2 steps back, and stretched out his hands. Ho! The red power hidden between heaven and earth quickly gathered in his palms, forming a dazzling light. This was 7 profound sunglow break. After the Ning brothers joined the sect of all times, except for special martial skills like body metamorphose scripture, they had basically learned all martial skills. So strong. As expected of our elder. The eyes of the disciples of the sect of all times suddenly burned. They also practiced this kind of profound martial skill, but its power could not be compared with Ning Duzue's. Sensing the 2 crimson energies, Hu Xiao frowned slightly. His hands once again formed a seal, and the explosive energy that rushed over suddenly increased in speed. Ning Duzue's face was expressionless. He stretched out his 10 fingers, and 2 beams of red energy shot out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 crimson beams of light instantly rushed into the explosive force, penetrating through it at an extremely fast speed, and blasted onto Hu Xiao's shoulders with incomparable precision. This process was too fast. It was so fast that Hu Xiao had no time to dodge. It wasn't until his shoulders were pierced through and the intense pain spread through his body that his face gradually became ferocious. The martial skill he released also came to an abrupt halt due to the collapse of his mind. Shua! Ning Duzue arrived in front of Hu Xiao and coldly said, "Get lost." Bang! A punch landed on his face, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, before landing heavily on the ground. The spectating martial artists were all dumbfounded. The second elder from the Xingyan sect was beaten down so quickly. Young Master Ling Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Since you have come to challenge the sect of all times, you should show your sincerity instead of letting these shrimp soldiers and crab generals go on stage and embarrass yourselves." Everyone's mouth twitched violently. A high-grade martial king was described as a shrimp soldier and crab general. Jun Patriarch, you are really shameless. Kacha. Ling Yufang clenched his fists tightly, burning with anger. This time, he was ordered by his father to test this newly risen sect of all times. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Everyone. He suppressed his anger and said, "Who will fight with this thief?" Young city lord. Wu Huang, who was sent by the Xingyan sect, said in a deep voice, "This old man will go and meet him." Shua. As he spoke, he had already landed on the stage. Of course. He didn't want to fight with Ning Duzue, but with Jun Changshao and said, "I heard that Jun Patriarch is a rare martial king and sword king. This old man would like to experience it." Jun Changshao smiled and said, "You want to challenge this seat?" "That's right." Wu Huang said. This time, he didn't come here to fight one battle at a time and then decide the winner by winning. As long as he could teach this patriarch a lesson, it would be equivalent to completing his mission. Little Long Long, who was lying under the stage, became energetic and began to warm up. "Okay." Jun Chang smiled and said, "I have come to exchange pointers with the martial emperor." Eh? Little Long Long was stunned. Master wants to fight with Wu Huang personally? Yes. After breaking through to the 4th grade martial king and sword king, Jun Changshao wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Wu Huang. Jun Patriarch. Princess Hong Lian reminded, "This person is called Gu Tuhong, one of the 2 remaining grand elders of the Xingyan sect." His strength can't be underestimated. It's best to send Wu Huang. This woman thinks I can't beat him. Not only Mu Honglien, but when Jun Changshao took the initiative to fight, the martial cultivators present didn't think they could win. After all, this was a martial cultivator at Wu Huang's level. This kind of trash doesn't need Wu Huang of the Sect of all times to fight. Jun Patriarch flew up and landed on the stage. He howled in his heart, although Elder Wei is Wu Huang, he has no combat ability at all. The disciples of the Sect of all times had unlimited potential. However, in terms of peak strength, it was very awkward if they didn't count as contracted beasts. At the foot of the mountain, there was an open space. Jun Changshao and Gutuhong were separated by dozens of feet. One was the sword and martial king, while the other was a martial cultivator, Wu Huang. Therefore, they didn't fight in the arena. Instead, they chose to fight in a more spacious area so that they could fight freely. The patriarch of the Sect of all times facing Wu Huang was undoubtedly very attractive. Many martial cultivators stood in the distance and stared intently. The number of times they blinked decreased, afraid that they would miss it if they weren't careful. Jun Patriarch. Gutuhong said with his hands behind his back, "How shall we fight?" "Let's use our fists first," Jun Changshao said. "All right." Gutuhong clenched his fists. Thick spiritual energy gathered and gradually solidified, as if he was wearing a pair of iron gloves. The system said, martial cultivators at Wu Huang's level have a strength of more than 5 million kilograms. The host should be careful. Okay. Jun Changshao didn't dare to be careless. He released his spirit armor and instantly materialized a silver-white battle armor around his body. Under the sunlight, it could be said to be dazzling. This guy was definitely not trying to act cool. He hoped to rely on the armor and the dazzling light produced by the sun to dazzle the opponent's titanium alloy dog eyes and help in the battle. "Can we start?" "Come on." Jun Changshao said. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him shook. A huge fist appeared out of thin air and came crashing down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Boom! The earth shook and a violent wave of air whizzed out. It was like a ripple that spread hundreds of feet in an instant. The martial cultivators who were far enough away felt the momentum and were so shocked that they all retreated. Their faces were filled with horror. Just now. What happened? When the remaining power dissipated, everyone looked hard and saw that Jun Changshao had already retreated dozens of steps. His legs sank several inches into the ground and his hands were in a defensive position. In the battle zone. The space was still distorted and couldn't heal in a short period of time. Jun Changshao looked up and grinned. As expected of a martial cultivator from Wu Huang. This punch is powerful. Gutuhong's eyes were filled with surprise. He had punched out across space and Wu Huang was able to withstand it. This was really unexpected. Chapter 578. Boom! Boom! There were continuous explosions on the open grassland as psionic energy whizzed out. The spectating martial artists all widened their eyes. There was only one emotion in their eyes, and that was fear. In their field of vision. Gutuhong had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. In the void in front of him, giant fists were constantly condensing and bombarding. Oh my God! He can fight like this. A martial king exclaimed, a martial emperor's control of psionic energy is terrifying. Without even moving his hands, he could gather psionic energy and condense fists in the void to launch a crazy attack on the patriarch of the Sect of all times. This gave many people a new understanding of battle. A moment later. Tu Hong stopped and a smile appeared on his face. Even if that kid could withstand his attacks, his body wouldn't be able to. He was probably seriously injured at this moment. The next second. The smile on his face froze. After the air waves and dust dissipated, Jun Changshao, who was wearing a silver armor, was still standing. He grinned and said, "If this is Wu Huang, then I'm very disappointed. Oh my god. Jun Patriarch is actually fine. Even if he has copper muscles and iron bones, he won't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. What a joke. Jun Patriarch was protected by a spirit armor. How could Wu Huang hurt him with the purest psionic energy?" Gu Tuhong said, "Jun Patriarch, this old man is going to get serious now." Huff huff, he opened his hands and a thick stream of energy gathered in his palms. Although it wasn't much, it was extremely pure. He's getting serious. Just now, he was just using psionic energy to gather strength. I'm afraid he's going to use martial arts this time. A powerhouse at Wu Huang's level has a far better understanding of martial arts than others. The increase in power is unimaginable. A few martial kings who were watching the battle discussed in low voices. Ta! Jun Changshao stepped forward, his eyes shining with passion. During this period, he had always faced all kinds of opponents with an invincible posture. Now that he met Wu Huang, he finally experienced the hot-bloodedness that young people should have. "You rotten old man, let's fight." Under the support of its owner's strong fighting spirit, the armor once again became dazzling. Gu Tuhong raised his palms, and two streams of spiritual energy converged. Then, he waved the two fingers of his right hand, and the energy lingered like fairies. He said, "Finger of long eyebrows." Whoosh, the slender beam of light pierced through space and arrived at an extremely fast speed. Just as Gu Tuhong made his move, scorching flames erupted from Jun Changxiao's body and rapidly converged together. Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash. He roared angrily, and the flame chop seal condensed in midair directly met the attack. The scorching power tore through the space, and crackling sounds could be heard. Boom, the heatwave slash collided with the tiny ray of light. In an instant, two colors, scarlet red and bright white, rose from the ground. My eyes. Many cultivators covered their eyes from the blinding light and retreated backwards. They felt a burning pain in their eyes, as if they were being burned by flames. The pain didn't last long. After everyone gradually recovered, they tried their best to open their eyes and look, only to see that the space in the battle zone had been distorted to the extreme. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Wait a minute. Where was Jun Patriarch? Many cultivators saw the situation clearly and only saw the stunned Gu Tuhong. They didn't see Jun Changshao. "He's in the sky," someone exclaimed. Whoosh. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw Jun Changshao, clad in armor, leaping into the air with a green broadsword in his hand. He shouted, "Water drowns the 7 armies." Whoosh! Whoosh! The green dragon crescent blade waved wildly, and several scorching blade chi whizzed out. The power of each attack was quite explosive. Humph! Gu Tuhong sneered. In the void, the fist seal condensed again and directly destroyed the incoming flaming blade chi. Ta! Jun Changshao landed on the ground, holding the green dragon crescent blade in one hand. Huff huff, suddenly, colorful attributes surged out of the saber, and a martial saint with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers appeared. Weapon spirit! Everyone exclaimed. Gu Tuhong's eyes suddenly became serious. It turned out that the rumors were true. This guy really had a weapon spirit. No wonder the Sacred Spring Sect Patriarch was defeated. Whoosh! Jun Changshao quickly rushed over. In the process, the blade surface of the green dragon crescent blade changed from green to red, blue, earth, and gold. Following closely behind, Wu Xing's soul was also changing. The two could be said to be colorful. Gu Tuhong frowned. At that moment, he felt that the world was filled with 5 attributes, so he exclaimed, 5 elements weapon spirit. Whoosh! Jun Changshao soared into the sky, holding his saber horizontally as he shouted, "I stand alone, colluding with you, walking alone, enlightening you with wisdom." Whoosh! 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 The blade chi slashed down fiercely. Ka ka ka, the space was ruthlessly cut apart. Activating the martial spirit, activating the 5 elements. These few slashes were definitely the strongest outburst under the cooperation of Jun Changshao and the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. It could be seen from his ferocious face. However, reality was cruel. Gu Tohong's robe fluttered without wind, and incomparably dense psionic energy instantly spread out, as if sealing the entire space. Not only was the falling blade chi forcibly slowed down, but its power was also greatly weakened. Break! Bang! 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 The blade chi that contained the power of the 5 elements directly collapsed under the compression of space. Jun Changshao, who had not yet landed, was suddenly sent flying and then staggered backward. Crack! The Green Dragon Crescent Blade stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of retreat. No. Wu Huang was too strong. Even if the Green Dragon Crescent Blade had the 5 elements attribute, even if Wu Xing's soul was activated, there was still a gap. The system said, the difference between the Martial King and Wu Huang is not only in strength, but also in the understanding of heaven and earth. The host wants to defeat someone of a higher level with a 4th grade cultivation, it's really wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Jun Changshao laughed. Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, an incomparably cold sword aura spread out from his body and instantly rushed in all directions. Gu Tuhong said indifferently, "Do you want to use the power of the Sword King?" Old man. Jun Changshao, who was in the middle of the sword aura, said proudly, "I have a sword move that can cut the stars above and break the rivers below. Do you dare to take it?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Gu Tuhong sneered. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the cold and fierce wind, and the sword aura that spread out became stronger. At that moment, many martial artists felt that this guy seemed to be getting sharper and sharper, as if he had become a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Buzz! 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 Under the sword aura, the swords of many martial artists trembled. When they wanted to use their hands to stop it, they heard a clang and their swords directly flew out. Clang! Clang! The sound of sword aura being unsheathed rang out one after another. Gu Tuhong was stunned and subconsciously looked back. He saw a dense number of sharp swords, forming a sword rain, flying over his head. This. He widened his eyes. Clang! Clang! The swords of the disciples of the sect of all times flew over from another direction. For a moment, in the sky behind Jun Changshao, thousands of sharp swords were suspended, revealing an incomparably sharp aura. Why did my sword fly out? I can't control it at all. Jun Patriarch once used this sword move in the Imperial City. The cultivator from the Imperial City of Heavenly Mandate recalled the scene of Jun Changshao and O Yangli fighting. Looking at the thousands of swords suspended in the air, a dignified look appeared in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Jun Patriarch, what sword move is this?" 10,000 swords in one. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of swords flashed and instantly gathered together, forming a giant sword like a mountain peak, slashing down at Gu Tuhong. Whoosh! The giant sword fell, and the sword aura exploded. Gu Tuhong's expression changed greatly because there was a sword aura that was like Wu Huang's domain that instantly bound him. At this moment, all he could do was brace himself and take the blow. Chapter 579. Thousands of sharp swords converged, like a tall and straight mountain peak piercing the clouds, revealing the supreme sword power. Everyone present held their breath, and their eyes were filled with horror. At that moment, that scene, it would be imprinted in their hearts forever, and they would never forget it. Whoosh! The giant sword slashed down, and the sword power erupted. Wu Huang level Gutuhong was bound by the sword momentum, and it was difficult for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Ah! He roared angrily and stimulated all his cultivation. The void in front of him instantly rippled, and lines of solid enchantments condensed and formed. Full defense. Just to meet the 10,000 swords in one. To be able to force Wu Huang to this point, even if Jun Changshao could not defeat his opponent, it was enough to prove himself. Whoosh! The sword momentum rippled, and the world lost its color. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the giant sword slammed down and collided with the first enchantment condensed by Gutuhong. Bang! Broken. Bang! The second enchantment was broken. Bang! 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 In an instant, the following 3 defensive enchantments were also broken. The power of the giant sword was irresistible. Puff! Gutuhong spat out blood. At this moment, there was only one enchantment left in front of him, but under the sword momentum, it was like a candle in the wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. Not allowed. Not allowed. Gutuhong's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his palms. Whoosh! The last psionic energy in his dantian was stimulated to strengthen the enchantment, just to defend the dignity of Wu Huang. Boom! The giant sword slammed down like a mountain. Whoosh! The violent sword intent madly wreaked havoc around, as if it had turned into an invisible sickle, sweeping through the empty grassland. The weeds within a radius of 10,000 feet were harvested close to the ground, and the stones were flattened. The big trees showed sword marks, and then were cut in half. The martial artists watching the battle were far enough away. Otherwise, they would have been directly strangled by the sword intent. My God! This is too terrible. Everyone was terrified and subconsciously stepped back a lot. Another Wu Huang from the West Cloud State had a solemn expression. He could not imagine that the patriarch of the sect of all times would have such a powerful sword move. If he were to take it head-on, he would definitely be in a very difficult situation. Crack! The sound of something collapsing suddenly rang out in the quiet environment. Although everyone did not see it immediately, they could also guess that the last enchantment that Gutuhong condensed must have been broken. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, streaks of sharp swords flew up and hovered above Jun Changshao again, flashing with dazzling light. Opposite. Gutuhong stood in place. Although he was still standing, his hands were hanging by his sides. His face was abnormally pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Taking the 10,000 swords returned to one head-on only caused him to suffer minor injuries, but the energy in his body had been depleted by 80 to 99%. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth rose as he smiled. You've lost. Hu Gutuhong exhaled and clasped his hands together with difficulty. Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for showing mercy. After the last defensive enchantment that he condensed was broken, the power of the sword was still very strong, and it could have gone with the flow. However, the moment it fell, it suddenly disintegrated, then turned into a stream of light and flew back. How could Gutuhong not know that this was done deliberately by the other party? Otherwise, if he took that sword head-on in his exhausted state, he would definitely have died or been injured. Jun Changshao said, "It's just a spar, not a battle of life and death." System, after this guy used the 10,000 swords returned to one, the spiritual energy in the 2 spirit cores was almost depleted. He did not make the final cut, but deliberately made it look like he was pulling back. Unexpectedly. That guy really believed it. Young Master Ling, Jun Changshao said, "You can let the other Wu Huang continue to fight. I will accompany you to the end." He wanted to fight Wu Huang again. Awesome. The warriors of southwest Yangzhou all looked at him with admiration and respect. In his own territory, he had beaten Wu Huang of West Yunzhou until he was convinced. How proud he was. Elder Lu. Ling Yufang said, let's fight. The Wu Huang called Lu Shangqing's mouth twitched slightly. The patriarch of the sect of all times looked as if nothing had happened. Those thousands of swords were still hanging in the air. If he made another move, he would definitely not be able to take it. Young city lord. Lu Shangqing said, Jun Patriarch is still a king level. If this old man fights with him again, I will be ridiculed by the people of Jianghu. The power of the 10,000 swords returned to one shocked this Wu Huang, and he did not have the courage to fight. Of course. Lu Shangqing was not thinking about the two Wu Huangs fighting at king level and being ridiculed by others. He was thinking about the two Wu Huangs not being able to defeat a king level and being ridiculed by others. People who had reached a certain level and age would definitely care about their reputation. And this. It also gave Jun Changshao a way out. He said, if that's the case, then continue to challenge the disciples of the sect of all times. Xiao! Xiao! The sword aura that filled the air dissipated, and the thousands of swords in the air all flew back to their respective owners. Damn it! Ling Yufang was extremely angry. He originally thought that coming to southwest Yangzhou under his father's orders would be a very simple matter. He did not expect the sect of all times to be so troublesome that even Wu Huang could not do anything about it. Patriarch. Su Xiaomua volunteered, this disciple would like to fight with young Master Ling from the imperial city. He did not like Ling Yufang for a long time. Jun Changshao said, you'll have to ask if young Master Ling is interested. Young Master Ling, Su Xiaomua smiled, can you come up to the stage and fight with me? Before Ling Yufang could say anything, he said again, if you're not willing, I won't force you. After all, the people I sent have already lost so many battles, you won't make a difference. These words were a bit mischievous. The arrogant Ling Yufang's eyes were instantly filled with anger. Senior brother Su. Li Fei smiled, you can't underestimate young Master Ling. If he didn't have the ability, how could he become the young master of the imperial city? That's hard to say. Su Xiaomua said, some people are born into a good family and have a good father. Even if they don't have the ability, they can still do well. Gotcha! Ling Yufang clenched his fists tightly, his anger erupting. What he could not stand the most was others thinking that he relied on his father. The truth? It really was the truth. Jun Changshao clasped his hands, these two disciples of mine are talking nonsense. Young Master Ling, please don't lower yourself to their level. Besides, what's wrong with relying on your father? Other people can't even rely on you. Everyone's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, you're purposely provoking young Master Ling. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ling, Jun Changshao said in a low voice. Su Xiaomua and Li Fei clasped their hands, young Master Ling, we were wrong. You have a good father. You're amazing. The two of them echoed each other, making Ling Yufang's nose crooked. In the end, he could not control his emotions and shouted, fine, I'll fight the disciples of the sect of all times. He could not take it anymore. He had to fight. He had to let others know that he relied on himself, not his father. Young master. Lu Shangqing wanted to persuade him, but Ling Yufang said in a low voice, I've made up my mind. Chapter 580. I have made up my mind. These 4 words were said very decisively, indicating that Ling Yufang was really angry. He had to use his strength to prove that he didn't rely on his father. Lu Shang was on the verge of collapse. The other party was obviously provoking him on purpose, yet he was still foolishly looking for trouble. The city lord was so wise and powerful, how did he give birth to such a bastard? Of course. He only dared to think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. All right. Jun Chang smiled and said, Little Mu, why don't you fight with young Master Ling? Yes. Su Xiaomua jumped into the ring. Before he even started warming up, the disciples of the sect of all time started to send messages to him. Senior brother Su, you have to beat this guy up. That arrogance of Gang Chang really pisses me off. I have to torture him until he's half dead. It's best to beat him until he pisses all over. The reason why everyone hated him so much was because Ling Yufang deliberately called the sect of all times an ancient sect. It had to be said. In terms of attracting hatred, this guy was comparable to Jun Changshao. Shua. Ling Yufang landed on the ring, his eyes flashing with anger. If his eyes could kill, Su Xiaomo would have been cut into pieces. The one on the ring is an inner disciple of the sect of all times. His strength is definitely not bad. Can young Master Ling win? I heard that this young city Lord Ling's talent isn't too high. His father used a lot of natural treasures to help him shape his meridians. Sigh, this is a good life, this is a good reincarnation. Ling Yufang heard the whispers of the Southwest Yangzhou martial artists. The anger in his body was even stronger. Why did they only care about his father? No one cared about his hard work all these years. Could it be, because of his birth? All his hard work and effort were erased, and blamed on having a good father. This is unfair to me. Under the burning anger, Ling Yufang released Wuzong's cultivation, and said in a low voice, I want to let you know that I can become the young city lord, to have my current cultivation, it's all because of myself. How? Su Xiaoma smiled. Ling Yufang, who had unleashed his full cultivation, said proudly, let's compete with weapons. Shua. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and a sword with a dragon beast engraved on it appeared. Although it hadn't been unsheathed, it exuded a sharp aura. 3-foot swimming dragon sword. Oh my god, this is one of City Lord Ling's personal swords. Its quality has already reached the high level of the highest level. I never thought that he would give it to his son. Everyone looked at him enviously. Lu Shangqing and Gu Tuhong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As Wu Huang, they didn't have such a weapon that was close to the saint level. True enough. It was awesome to have a good father. It was quite ironic that Ling Yufang, who wanted to prove himself, took out the sword that his father had given him. Come. Su Xiaoma said, let's begin. Where's your weapon? To deal with a rookie like you, my bare hands are enough. Arrogant. Ling Yufang's eyes turned cold. He immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a clang, the 3-foot swimming dragon sword was unsheathed. This sword was 3 feet long, and the blade was white. When it was unsheathed, there seemed to be a dragon's roar. It was indeed a very good weapon. Even the strong ones might not be able to buy it even if they had the money. Shua. Ling Yufang poured his psionic energy into the sword and suddenly slashed it in the void. Instantly, it dragged a cold and sharp sword aura. Su Xiaoma tiptoed and used a mysterious footwork to bypass it. Then, he appeared behind Ling Yufang and directly threw a kick. Bang! Ling Yufang didn't have time to dodge at all. He was directly kicked on the shoulder and quickly retreated with the sword in his hand. Shua. Su Xiaoma strode forward and poured his psionic energy into his right foot. Suddenly, he launched a dazzling bombardment. Bang! 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 In an instant, Ling Yufang suffered a heavy blow to his chest and staggered back to the edge of the arena. He was only a 4th-grade Wuzong. Even if he had a high-grade sword, in front of Su Xiaoma who was at the peak of Wuzong, he would be completely destroyed. Damn it! Ling Yufang endured the pain and angrily displayed his sword art. Suddenly, a dense sword shadow appeared in front of him. This was also a profound sword art that the city lord prepared for his son. Unfortunately, Ling Yufang's talent wasn't outstanding. Even if he learned the sword art, even if he had a high-grade sword, it would still be difficult for him to display its true power. Shua! Shua! Su Xiaoma used his full speed to dodge left and right on the arena, avoiding the cold sword aura. Then, he went in front of Ling Yufang and kicked his wrist. Xiao! The 3-foot swimming dragon sword flew out of his hand and was inserted into the ground. Lu Shangqing shook his head. This result, he wasn't surprised at all. To put it bluntly, because young city lord Ling had a powerful father, everyone respected him. Without this layer of relationship, he wouldn't have any sense of presence in the crowd. Damn it! Ling Yufang was furious. He had such a powerful sword and sword art, why couldn't he defeat a disciple of the sect of all times? This question was very simple. He had a good father. Su Xiaoma and the rest had a good patriarch. You have countless resources and rich martial arts. Sorry, these sect of all times disciples had all of that. If they wanted to find an advantage, Ling Yufang's identity as the young city lord could be used to show off. Of course. If they had to choose between being a young city lord and being a sect of all times disciple, Su Xiaoma and the rest would definitely choose the latter. Because in their hearts, a sect of all times disciple was a priceless treasure. Was it over? No. After Su Xiaoma kicked away Ling Yufang's weapon, he didn't give him a chance to surrender or jump off the stage. He gave him a heavy punch that made him dizzy. Then, he started to destroy him. Bang! 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 The spectators' mouths twitched. In the end, they couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. June Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus whispered, after all, he is the young city lord of Soaring Royal City. Just teach him a lesson. Don't go overboard. June Changshao said, it is because he is the young city lord that we have to be ruthless. This way, the world will know that the sect of all times is not to be trifled with. Princess Red Lotus was silent. Boom! Another heavy punch landed. Ling Yufang, who had been beaten up, tilted his head and fainted. His entire face was swollen. Even his parents might not be able to recognize him. Pa! Su Xiaoma clapped his hands and said, thank you for letting me win. Lu Shangqing and Gu Tuhong's expressions were ugly. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this was an arena battle. Since they had gone up, they could only blame themselves for being beaten up. Both of you. June Changshao said, if you still want to learn martial arts, you can continue to go up the stage. The sect of all times will not reject anyone. The experts of the 5 fourth-rate sects were silent. Even Wu Huang was defeated. The sect of all times was too strong. If they continued to go up the stage, they would only embarrass themselves. June Patriarch. Lu Shangqing cupped his hands and said, as expected of the top 3 sections. Today, we have learned a lot. We will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave first. After losing so many battles, Wu Huang didn't even win. What face did he have left? Therefore, it was best to leave. Forgive me for not sending you off. June Changshao cupped his hands and said. Lu Shangqing ordered his disciples to carry the unconscious Ling Yufang. Under the gaze of the martial practitioners of southwest Yangzhou, they left dejectedly. When they came, they were very arrogant. When they left, they were very embarrassed. Today, the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud State returned in defeat at the sect of all times. Today, a martial practitioner of southwest Yangzhou shouted from the bottom of his heart, June Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. June Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices echoed in the sky. The words unyielding iron bones were written on the plaque hanging above the main hall. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light. June Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, if my father knew about this, he would be very happy. June Changshao didn't hear what she said. He also didn't hear the shouts of the crowd. This was because his ears were covered by the sound of the mission completion notification. Chapter 581. Ding! Side quest completed, obtained 5,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 150,002,0000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained Experience Talisman X3, obtained Holy Rank Aptitude Transformation Liquid X1. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. This side quest actually gave him 3 Experience Talisman. However, at this moment, another notification sounded in his ears: congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden goods, obtaining the Sword Path Aptitude Liquid, Hooray Formation Aptitude Liquid, and the right to purchase the Martial King Pill Formula. Jun Changshao was stunned. In the next second, he was so excited that he almost flew away. The right to purchase the Sword Path Formation Aptitude Liquid, this was definitely not going to be great. Also, the Martial King Pill Formula. He couldn't take it anymore. Jun Patriarch was so excited that his little heart almost stopped beating. Schwa! He hurriedly opened the shopping list, and sure enough, he saw 2 types of Aptitude Liquid and Martial King Pill Formula appear out of thin air. Haha! Ahahaha! Jun Changshao squatted on the ground, covering his face as he laughed wantonly. He had the style of Tang Bohu's Star Master in Autumn Fragrance. Princess Red Lotus said, "Jun Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" Princess Li Qingyang said seriously, "Patriarch sometimes can't help but laugh." Jun Changshao suddenly laughed out loud for no reason. As a disciple, he had seen many times and was already used to it. Oh! Princess Red Lotus replied, and thought to herself, is this an illness? If it was an illness, Jun Changshao would rather be terminally ill and incurable. 10 years ago, City Lord Mu brought experts to the West Cloud State, but in the end, he was shaved bald. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover. That was a shameful battle. For a long time, City Lord Mu and the Southwest Yangzhou martial cultivators could not raise their heads. Every time they thought about it, they would feel extremely pained. Until today. At the foot of Iron Bone Mountain, Jun Changshao and his disciples had shaved the heads of the 5 great sects of the West Cloud Province. They had even defeated a martial emperor and brutally abused the Lingting royal city's young city lord. For a moment, many martial artists rushed to spread the news, as if the whole world was celebrating. All right. In the Long family of Longyang City, Long Patian slammed the table and stood up after hearing about this matter. He laughed loudly and said, "Jun Patriarch has avenged our Southwest Yangzhou. Teacher Jun is too amazing. I really want to graduate quickly and join the sect of all times." The students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were also in a heated discussion. Their admiration for Jun Changshao grew even stronger. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianxing laughed and said, "Awesome, awesome." Although he was a certified dojo master and had to remain neutral, he had always lived in Southwest Yangzhou. Now that the sects of the inner prefecture had beaten up the sects of the outer prefecture, they would definitely be delighted. Furthermore, in the past, it was always the sects from their own province that were bullied by others. This time, it was the other way around. They were bullied by outsiders right in front of their own home. This was definitely refreshing. I've decided. Yi Tianqing said, for the next Dragon Tiger battle, the sect of all times will represent Southwest Yangzhou. This, Elder Zhou, Elder Zhen, and the others were stunned. They did not expect that the dojo master, who had been hesitating all this time, would suddenly make a decision. Elder Zhou, Yi Tianqing said, make a trip to the sect of all times and inform them personally. Let Jun Patriarch prepare actively for this in the next 2 years. Yes. Elder Zhou hurriedly left. Yi Tianqing put one hand on the table and murmured, Jun Patriarch, I hope that you can represent the certification dojo and Southwest Yangzhou and achieve good results in the Dragon Tiger battle 2 years later. The discussion about the sect of all times in the outside world was getting more and more intense. As the person involved, Jun Changshao locked himself in his room and took out 3 experience talismans. Smack! Whoosh whoosh! The psionic power in the 2 spiritual nuclei instantly boiled. A moment later, the aura emanating from Jun Changshao's body was even more intense. His realm had also advanced from level 4 to level 5. It took a lot of time and contribution points to break through to level 4. Now that he had advanced with just 1 experience talisman, it was simply too awesome. Smack! Smack! Jun Changshao crushed the other 2 experience talismans. His realm had advanced from level 5 to level 7. I'm Jun Changshao. Walking out of the room, he exhaled and said, I didn't cheat. The system said, a decent person. Bang! Arriving at the training room, Jun Changshao punched the testing machine. The strength displayed was 11.5 million gene. It had broken through 10 million. Smack! Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed again. He had only been at level 2 meridian opening when he transmigrated. Now, he had advanced to level 7 King of Sword and Martial Arts with an explosive strength of 11.5 million gene. This was his growth. This was his change. He asked loudly who else. Jun Patriarch was floating. He was floating so much that his feet left the ground. The floating virus had been turned off. However, although the contribution points given for a side mission were not much, the rewards were too generous. The system said, this is because of the 2.0 version of the system. Some elite side missions are not inferior to the previous epic missions. Jun Changshao said, in that case, after entering the peak of the Sword Martial King and triggering the epic mission, the rewards will be even more generous. That's right. The system paused for a moment and added, similarly, the difficulty will also increase. Oh. Jun Changshao replied and opened the shopping list. He clicked on the beginner grade sword path aptitude liquid. He glanced through the description and directly placed it under price, 5,000 contribution points. Damn! A beginner grade is so expensive. He hurriedly clicked on the beginner grade formation aptitude liquid. In the end, the price was also 5,000 contribution points. Jun Patriarch was speechless. Now that he had 15,000 contribution points, he felt that he was filthy rich. If he were to buy this kind of aptitude liquid, he could only buy 3 bottles at most. This is too much. Jun Changshao clicked on the Martial King pill formula. It introduced that after refining this pill and consuming it, a martial artist could directly break through to Martial King from the peak of Wuzhong. Awesome! Were there any side effects? Of course. The side effects were clearly written. Martial King was already an extremely high level in the mortal continent. In order to maintain the balance of the heavens and earth, a martial artist would lose 100 years of their lifespan after consuming it. Jun Changshao said, this is using one's lifespan to break through. The price of the Martial King pill formula was quite reasonable, only 2,000 contribution points. However, considering that it would cost 100 years of his lifespan, Jun Patriarch did not immediately decide whether to buy it or not. Instead, he began to investigate. Qin Yang, if you were given a chance to break through to Martial King, would you be willing to give up 100 years of your lifespan? I'm willing. Zueji, what about you? Patriarch, of course I'm willing. Why? After breaking through to the next level, one's lifespan will increase by a lot. Losing 100 years of lifespan is nothing. That's right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said in realization, when a martial artist breaks through to the next level, their lifespan will increase as well. What's there to worry about losing 100 years of lifespan? Living beings in the falling star continent had a long lifespan to begin with. Sacrificing 100 years in exchange for becoming a martial king was not excessive at all. The system broke down, so what's the use of the martial king pill's side effects? Chapter 582. After consuming 100 years and breaking through to the martial king realm, his lifespan would increase again. There was no change at all with this reduction and replenishment. Buy. Jun Changshao spent 2,000 contribution points to buy the Wu King pill formula, which was automatically matched to the pill pavilion. Just as he was about to check what medicinal herbs he needed, Su Xiaomo reported, "Patriarch, Elder Zhou from the certification headquarters is here to see you." Jun Changshao said, "Please." Elder Zhou entered the main hall and first said some pleasantries, then told him the purpose of his visit. Dragon Tiger Hegemony. Jun Changshao had never heard of it before. The system said, "This is the highest standard sect competition in the Falling Star continent." Oh. Jun Changshao shook his head, and said, "Elder Zhou, I only want to peacefully develop the sect, I have no interest in this kind of competition." He was not interested. If there was a mission, he would be more active than anyone else. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou said, "The sect of all times can represent the southwest Yangzhou to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition that is held once every 5 years. That is definitely a supreme honor. Does Elder Zhou think that my sect is lacking in glory right now? No, it was very sufficient. At this time, the sect of all times in the southwest Yangzhou was definitely who didn't know you. Not to mention, when the news of defeating the 5 sects of the West Cloud State spread out, it would definitely cause a heated discussion in the other provinces. Sigh. Elder Zhou sighed, and said, "Since that's the case, I can only bring the 50,000 spirit stones back to the head." Wait. Jun Changshao leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. 50,000 spirit stones. Elder Zhou said, "The head will use his own money to give the sect of all times 50,000 spirit stones for the development of the sect, so that we can deal with the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition in 2 years. Since Jun Patriarch is not participating, I can only bring it back." Pa. Jun Changshao slammed the table, and said, "It is an honor for my sect of all times to represent the southwest Yangzhou. Elder Zhou, please go back and tell the head that Jun is willing to lead the disciples to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition." Elder Zhou was stunned. At that moment, he felt as though there was a light flickering behind Jun Patriarch's head, as though he was a sage who was delivering salvation to all living beings. Bah! The system's disdainful voice echoed in his ears for a long time. Jun Changshao had no reason to reject the sect of all times' participation in the Dragon Arc Hegemony tournament since the certification center valued it so much. It had nothing to do with spirit stones. It was related to the fact that he was from the southwestern Yangzhou. After sending Elder Zhou off, Jun Changshao inspected the space ring that contained the spirit stones and felt very pleased. Patriarch. Jiangye asked, "Are you really going to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony?" "Okay," Jun Changshao replied. Jiangye said solemnly, "This is the Grand Sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. Countless sects will participate. It is said that there will even be disciples from first-rate sects participating." Really? Jun Changshao's interest was immediately piqued. If not for the spirit stones, he really did not plan to participate. However, since first-rate sects were participating, it would definitely be a grand event. If that was the case, how could the sect of all times be absent? The Dragon Tiger Battle for Hegemony was the Grand Sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. It was held once every 5 years, and there were still 2 years before the next one. Southwestern Yangzhou would send a sect to participate every year. However, because their strength could not compare to the other states, they only had one spot. They would be eliminated in the first round in all the previous years. So? Jun Changshao asked. Jiang Ye said, actually, the sects that southwestern Yangzhou sent out every year are quite strong. Just last year, they sent the only third-rate sect. In the end, they were defeated in the first round by a fourth-rate sect. It can't be. Jun Changshao said in surprise, a third-rate sect can't beat a fourth-rate sect. Jiang Ye said, in theory, a third-rate sect is stronger than a fourth-rate sect. However, the sect that represented southwestern Yangzhou was unlucky and encountered a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. In the end, they were defeated miserably. Jun Changshao was silent. So it was a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. That was understandable. Although the forces in the Starfall continent were divided into levels, what really determined how strong they were was still geographical factors. The heaven and earth attributes were extremely strong, and there were outstanding talents in the big states. The sects born in the big states would definitely be stronger than the sects in the remote areas. As the center of the continent, the Zhongzuan state was definitely full of experts and rich in resources. Not to mention a fourth-rate sect defeating a third-rate sect from another state, even a sixth-rate sect could defeat a fifth-rate sect. So, the sect's level was only a standard. Whether it was strong or not depended on where it came from. For example, the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud state that came to challenge the sect of all times would definitely be stronger than the fourth-rate sect from southwestern Yangzhou. That was exactly the case. When Jun Changshao and his disciples defeated them and shaved their heads, the martial artists in the state would be extremely excited. The value of this was very high. It seems like, Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, it's a little difficult to win the championship of the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. It's more than difficult. Jiang Ye said seriously, with the current strength of the sect of all times, it's definitely as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changshao said, there are still 2 years to make the sect stronger. When the time comes to participate in this kind of grand sect competition, we must get first place. Jiang Ye was dumbfounded. The Ning brothers were also dumbfounded. Getting first place in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, this goal was not ordinary. On the martial arts practice field, 10,000 disciples stood in an orderly manner, their aura like a rainbow. Jun Changshao stood at the entrance of the main hall and said, 2 years later, do you have the confidence to win the championship of the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony? Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Okay. Jun Changshao said, dismissed, cultivate. Swoosh. Sitting in the study, he pulled out the panel of the elixir pavilion and clicked on the martial emperor pill. The required herbs immediately appeared. Good heavens! There were more than 50 of them. And from the names of the herbs, they were all very expensive. Jun Changshao said, as expected, it's not easy to let a disciple break through to Martial King. He wrote down the herbs on a piece of paper and handed it to the procurement hall to purchase. Patriarch Su Xiaomao walked in. Jun Changshao placed the reward of the mission on the table and said, take this and improve your spiritual root. Su Xiaomao was happy and said, thank you, Patriarch. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and swallowed it. His spiritual root advanced from supreme to sacred. In this way, there were already 4 disciples of the Eternal Sect who had upgraded their spiritual roots to the level of divine grade. A few days later, the people from the procurement hall returned one after another, but they did not manage to buy any of the herbs needed to refine the martial emperor pill. However, he bought a batch of seeds from the AI family. Elder Wei. Jun Changshao said, how long will it take to grow them? Elder Wei pondered for a moment and said, the seeds provided by the Patriarch are all very rare. I'm afraid it will take at least half a year for them to mature. Half a year. Although it was a bit long, Jun Changshao said, then I'll have to trouble Elder Wei. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu came in to report, our spies have spread to the Lu prefecture in the northeast, and we have some bad news. Speak. Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu hesitated for a moment and said, Lu Qianqian is wanted by the extreme coldness palace in the Lu prefecture in the northeast. She even fought with the other party's experts in the boundless ice sea. Whoosh within the main hall, a violent sword martial aura surged out and instantly filled the entire sect. Many disciples were shocked. What's going on? Su Xiaoma and the others were confused. Li Qingyang frowned and said, the patriarch is angry. Shuiren Gui. Jun Changxiao's angry voice sounded in the sect, gather 1,000 soldiers and follow me to the Lu prefecture in the northeast. Yes. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the cultivating members of the Wolf Rider Hall were fully armed. Chapter 583. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were still cultivating, instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Perhaps they were affected by the Patriarch's aura, riding on the Hurricane Wolf, their faces were filled with a strong murderous aura. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the others used the cloud-traversing steps to rush over and landed neatly on the martial arts practice field. Including Yi Xingqian, the 20 inner disciples of the sect of all times were all in position. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma whispered, what's going on? Li Qingyang said, senior sister is being bullied in Luzhou in the northeast. What? Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were instantly furious. How dare they bully our senior sister? They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Screech, the cry of an eagle came from Mount Ironbone. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle, which was as big as a mountain, spread its wings and rose. It was defined as the sect of all times' guardian spirit beast. It would not appear unless the sect was in danger. Puchi. Puchi. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle hovered above the martial arts practice field. Whoosh! Jun Changshao walked out of the hall angrily, then flew up and landed on the head of the contract beast. He said in a deep voice, let's go. Awu the disciples rode on the Hurricane Wolf and turned into streams of light, galloping along the mountain path. Screech! The Demon Ridge Black Eagle flew into the endless sky. This time, Jun Patriarch not only brought 1,000 wolf riders, but also the Ning brothers and all the inner disciples to Luzhou in the northeast. The formation could be said to be quite large. Jiang Yit did not go. He was in charge of managing the sect. Hall Master Li and some of the members of the Drizzle Hall also followed. Their goal was to gather information faster and find out Lu Qianqian's location. On this day, the elites of the sect of all times were all out. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Every disciple of the sect of all times was Jun Changxiao's reverse scale. Therefore, whoever dared to bully them would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, and it was Lu Qianqian, her eldest disciple. It could be imagined that when Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to Lu province in the northeast, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. Dean. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the vice-headmaster hurriedly came to see him and said, I've just received news that Jun Changxiao has left Qinyang County with a large group of disciples. Oh. Situ Haoyan asked, where did he go? The vice-president said, judging from the route, it seems to be heading to Luzhou in the northeast. Luzhou in the northeast? Situ Haoyan frowned and asked, why are we going there? Dean. Princess Red Lotus hurried over and said with a frown, I just received news that the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, Lu Qianqian, is wanted by the extreme cold palace in the northeastern Lu prefecture. The vice principal said, could it be that the kid brought people to Lu province in the northeast because of this? Situ Haoyan frowned and said, I'm afraid that's not good. What? In the certification headquarters, Yi Tianqing, who had received the news, stood up and said in shock, Jun Patriarch brought people to Lu province in the northeast with a murderous aura. Yes. Elder Zhen said, "It seems that the disciples of the sect have been bullied." Yi Tianqing frowned. He knew that Jun Changshao was very protective of his disciples. Back when the evil sects of Huayang County bullied his disciples, he directly killed 4 of them. This time, it was normal for him to bring people over when his disciples were being bullied in Lu Province in the northeast. That's Lu Province in the northeast. Yi Tianqing broke down and said, if he rashly brought his disciples over, it might affect the forces of the entire province. No, no. He hurriedly ordered, the 4 of you go quickly. Don't let anything happen to Jun Patriarch. Yes. On this day, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the certification headquarters left the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City and headed to Lu Province in the northeast. Did you hear? Yesterday, someone saw a large group of disciples of the sect of all times galloping on wolf beasts in the wilderness. It looked like they were going to war. The warriors of Yangzhou in the southwest were discussing. The sect of all times had become famous recently. Their every move would be infinitely exaggerated. The demon clan and the branch of the murdering shrine had also received the news. They knew that the sect of all times was going to Lu Province in the northeast to seek justice for their disciples. Humph. The branch leader sneered and said, that guy thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the Falling Star continent with the protection of the 2 major organizations. Although Lu Province in the northeast is a land of ice and snow, the ice element is extremely strong. The extreme cold palace was built entirely by ice element martial arts cultivators. Although it is only a 4th-rate sect, it might not be weaker than a 3rd-rate sect. One of his subordinates said, if the sect of all times were to go there unscrupulously, they would definitely be beaten black and blue. That's why. The branch leader smiled and said, he is still too young. He gets carried away every time he encounters something. In the end, he will be the one who gets hurt. However, being taught a lesson by a sect from another province can also extinguish that guy's arrogance and let him understand that there is always someone better than him. The sect of all times was related to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Certification Academy. The 2 branches of the evil sects could not afford to offend them. They had always been invisible, but they would definitely hide in the dark and enjoy watching the other party embarrass themselves. Their happy times were running out. In Jun Patriarch's little notebook, there were still debts owed by the 2 evil sections. When he had time, he would definitely settle the debts with interest. Whoosh whoosh the north wind whistled, and it was freezing cold. In an ice field, there was only one inn in a radius of 100 miles. At this moment, warriors were drinking hot wine and discussing recent events. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a white-clothed man walked in amidst the fluttering snow. Then, he sat by the window. Sir, do you want a meal or a room? A meal. What would you like to eat? Anything. The waiter did not ask any more questions. Soon, a few dishes and a pot of wine were served. The warriors in the inn only glanced at him and continued their discussion. Their conversation never left the mysterious woman in white. Brother Hao. Someone was puzzled and said, the recent events have been widely spread in Luzhou. What is going on? The middle-aged man called Brother Hao said, if this matter is investigated further, the place where the conflict occurred is here. Here. Many warriors were confused. Brother Hao took a sip of wine and said, the woman in white first appeared at the inn, and then she sat, yes, she sat right where this young friend is sitting. She chopped off the palm of a martial cultivator and incurred the wrath of the Snow Track Valley. Then, she was hunted down by them, and in the end, the extreme cold palace was involved. Snow Track Valley. The man in white sitting by the window asked, where is it? Brother Hao smiled and said, young friend, you look a little unfamiliar. You don't seem to be from the ice field. The man in white turned his head and said, Snow Track Valley, where is it? His voice and eyes were very cold. Everyone felt their scalp go numb and their feet shivered when they saw it. The smile on Brother Hao's face froze. His voice trembled as he said, Go east along the ice field. It's about 500 miles. The man in white retracted his cold gaze and took a sip of hot wine. He threw down a tael of silver and got up to leave. Brother Hao. A warrior whispered, This guy is a little strange. He can make me feel fear just by looking at him. He must be an expert. Brother Hao said with a serious face. A woo. A woo. Suddenly, there were wolf howls outside. Brother Hao and the others hurried to the window and saw a group of warriors riding wolf beasts galloping toward the east. Chapter 584. 500 miles to the east of the icefield, there was a valley surrounded by icebergs on 3 sides. Inside, there were rows upon rows of buildings. Snow Track Valley. A 7th-rate sect in Lu State in the northeast. Although the level of this sect was not high, they had one major characteristic, which was the taming of snowfield wolves. Seeing people riding snowfield wolves on the road, they were most likely people from Snow Track Valley. At this moment, many wolf beasts were gathered in this sect's martial arts field. However, they were not snowfield wolves, but the more ferocious and powerful hurricane wolves. They spat out wind vortexes and were very arrogant. Those tamed snowfield wolves were now like little lambs huddled together, shivering in fear. Bang! The bullet flew out and shattered the plaque with the words, Snow Track Valley, engraved on it. Jun Changshao sat on a chair, twirling the desert eagle with his fingers, and said lightly, From today onwards, Snow Track Valley will be removed from the martial arts world. This sentence could be said to be domineering. Plop! The valley master of Snow Track Valley knelt on the ground, his eyes wide open and completely dead. Before he died, he knew that the other party was the patriarch of the sect of all times in Yangzhou in the southwest. He also knew that the reason why the sect was destroyed was because they had offended the woman in white. Plop! A few elders of Snow Track Valley fell into a pool of blood. From their vision, they could see the disciples of Snow Track Valley lying on the ground in disorder. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomua, and the other disciples held the cold light sword in their hands, which was already stained with blood. Their faces were expressionless, as if they were emotionless killers. Whoosh whoosh monstrous flames burned in the valley, adding a bit of glamour to the snow-white world. No one would have thought that on such a peaceful day, Snow Track Valley, which had been established for nearly 100 years, would be suddenly destroyed. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu walked over quickly and said, I just received news that Lu Qianqian, subconsciously, she shut her mouth. She knew that if she told him the latest information, it would only anger this man even more. Speak, Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu was silent for a moment, and said, she might have been caught by the Extreme Cold Palace. Extreme Cold Palace's location is confirmed? Yes. Let's go. Shua. Shua. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall rode their hurricane wolves and charged towards the Extreme Cold Palace. Why is the Snow Trail Valley on fire? After Jun Changshao left with his disciples, some of the bolder martial artists entered the valley one after another. When they saw the burnt corpses on the martial stage, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Oh my God! Snow Track Valley has been destroyed. For a time, the news spread rapidly in the northeastern Luzhou, causing a huge sensation. What? When the palace lord of the Extreme Coldness Palace received the news, he frowned and said, the Snow Track Valley has been destroyed. Who did it? The 4th elder said, we don't know for now. Humph, the 6th elder said coldly, in the Lu region of the northeast, who doesn't know that the Snow Track Valley is attached to our Extreme Cold Palace? Anyone who dares to destroy it will be an enemy of our Extreme Cold Palace. The murderer must be found and severely punished. The elders were filled with righteous indignation. At this moment, the palace lord of the extreme coldness palace frowned slightly. This was because when he released his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a black shadow gradually approaching from the distant sky. What's that? The elders who had reached the martial king level also noticed it, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Gradually, the black shadow got closer and closer, and their eyes widened. Gradually approaching the sect gate was an incomparably large eagle beast. A white-robed man stood on top of it, and there was an endless murderous intent between his brows. He's coming with ill intentions. The palace lord of the extreme coldness palace made a prompt decision and said, "Activate the sect protection array." Buzz. In an instant, the extreme coldness palace, which was situated on the ice mountain, had a stream of light shoot up into the sky, forming the strongest defensive barrier. When the martial artists within a few hundred miles saw the formation rise up, their eyes were filled with shock. It's the sect protection array of the extreme coldness palace. Why is it suddenly activated? Could it be that a strong enemy is invading? The martial artists who lived in the northeastern Lu region all knew that the extreme coldness palace had a sect protection array, but it was usually not activated because no force could pose a threat to this colossus. It was rare for it to be activated today. Why is the sky darkening? Just as many martial artists were at a loss, the originally snow-white sky turned dark. They instinctively looked up and then stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. In the sky, an eagle beast the size of a mountain flapped its wings and flew over slowly. It then stopped outside the sect protection array of the extreme coldness palace, as if a king had descended. Oh my God! How can there be such a huge eagle? Could this be the reason why the extreme coldness palace activated the sect protection array? Howl! Howl! Right at this moment, there was a series of wolf howls behind them. Shush! Shush! Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw that in the world of ice and snow, countless blue streams of light were speeding past them, bringing along strong winds and layers of snowflakes. The martial cultivators with lower cultivation levels were immediately blown to the left and right by the gale that was brought up. Very soon, the densely packed blue streams of light stopped at the foot of the extreme coldness palace's mountain, revealing burly wolf beasts. The martial artists riding on them were wearing black armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. The martial artists in the northeastern Lu region were dumbfounded. They instantly realized that this group of people was not to be trifled with. Shush! Shush! The upper echelons of the extreme coldness palace walked out of the main hall and looked at the huge eagle beasts hovering outside the array, frowning. Their instincts told them that the eagle beasts were definitely spirit beasts. My friend. The extreme coldness palace master cupped his hands and said, "Why have you come to the extreme coldness palace?" "To cause trouble," Jun Changshao said coldly. The extreme coldness palace master and many elders were instantly enraged. Their sect had been established in the northeastern Lu region for thousands of years, but this was the first time they encountered someone who dared to cause trouble so directly. "My friend." The extreme coldness palace master said coldly, "We have no grudge against each other. Why are you causing trouble?" Jun Changshao said lightly, "My disciple came to the northeastern Lu region to cultivate, and your extreme coldness palace put a wanted man in the entire province. You call this having no grudge against each other? Wanted man in the entire province?" The extreme coldness palace master suddenly thought of the white-robed lady with the ice attribute that he had been looking for recently. He said in realization, "So she has a sect." "Humph," an elder said coldly, "the girl you're talking about killed a disciple of the Snow Track Valley and injured a disciple of our extreme coldness palace. It's only natural that she's wanted." Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, "So, the Snow Track Valley bullied my disciple, and it's only natural that they were annihilated. It's also natural that I came to visit your extreme coldness palace today." "You annihilated the Snow Track Valley?" The extreme coldness palace master frowned. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, "My sect of all times has come to the northeastern Lu region for the first time, and we've specially prepared a generous gift. Please accept it." Whoosh! Xiao Ziji, who was at the foot of the mountain, landed in an open area. He immediately waved his hand and took out the field cannon. Then, he began to calibrate it and aimed the cannon at the entrance of the extreme coldness palace. This gift was very big. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others hurriedly went around it and covered their ears in advance. What's that? It looks like a siege weapon. Are we going to attack the extreme coldness palace's sect protecting array? Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Many martial artists felt their blood boil, and they could not help but spit out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 585. The sound of the cannons firing was as loud as ever. The martial artists with lower cultivation levels who were closer to the cannons vomited blood. Although those with higher cultivation levels could suppress their surging qi and blood, they could only hear buzzing sounds in their ears. Italian cannons were terrifying. If Li Qingyang were to fire the cannons, it would be more appropriate. Although he was not the 2nd Battalion commander, he was the second disciple of the sect of all times. The sound of the cannons reverberated in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. The martial artists of Lu Zhou who were affected all had fear and shock in their eyes. In their field of vision, wisps of green smoke rose from the long pipes that looked like siege weapons. Dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Ziji, who was the 2nd Battalion commander, had already covered his ears with his hands. However, he was still staggering and turning in circles. It was obvious that even though he was the closest to the cannons, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. He had reached the peak of Wuzong, and his body was so strong. How could he not be able to withstand the sound of the cannons? When he came to the extreme cold palace, the patriarch had given him a few crystal cores that contained black spirit energy. Those were the demonic crystal cores he had obtained in the Demon Ridge Valley. Not only were they of high quality, but they also contained terrifying demonic energy. Once they were gathered into cannons and fired by the modified cannons, the power would be unimaginable. This was not possible. After the bombardment, the area around the extreme cold palace was filled with a chilling, eerie aura. It was easy for people to mistakenly think that a high-level evil cultivator had used a powerful evil technique. However, the sect-protecting array of the extreme cold palace was distorted under the bombardment of the modified cannons with demonic energy. However, it quickly recovered and did not break. Patriarch Zhen Dejuan, who was accompanying him, said telepathically, "The sect-protecting array of the extreme cold palace has reached supreme grade." This level was very high. It was comparable to Wu Huang's level. Is that so? Jun Changshao raised his hand. Crack! Xiao Ziji, who had gradually adapted, kicked open the cannons and took out 2 demonic crystal cores to charge them as quickly as possible. The lips of the upper echelon of the extreme cold palace twitched. The martial artists of Lu Zhou in the northeast who were affected were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. They subconsciously covered their ears and sealed their sense of hearing. Little friend. The palace lord of the extreme coldness palace hurriedly said, "Let's talk nicely, fire. Fire the cannons, run." Jun Changxiao's angry voice reverberated in the sky. Bang! The field cannon's muzzle suddenly spat out flames, and a black shell seemed to pierce through the endless void, directly blasting the mountain gate of the extreme cold palace. Rumble! The supreme grade sect protection formation suffered 2 powerful blows and instantly shattered. The power of the cannonball was not completely neutralized, and the mountain gate that had been built for thousands of years was instantly reduced to nothingness under the bombardment. Hiss! The martial cultivators in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air, because more than half of the extreme coldness palace's mountain gate had been blown up. Oh my God! These siege weapons were too terrifying. Array Master Zhen Dejuan was also dumbfounded. The ultimate defensive formation was blown apart after 2 bombardments. Even a powerhouse like Wu Huang would not be able to do that. The power of the field artillery bought from the mall should not be underestimated. Especially when it was used to bombard a fixed target, with the spirit core as the driving force, the power unleashed was not something Wu Huang could compare to. If 1 shot could not solve the problem, then 2 shots, 3 shots, countless shots. June Patriarch came with endless anger this time. The mountain gate of the extreme coldness palace must be reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the cannonballs. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Even if you are a 4th-rate sect, even if you have power in Northeast Lu State. You dare to touch my disciple, no matter the reason, no matter who is right or wrong, I will make you bloom on the spot. Pfft. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sect protection formation had been in the extreme coldness palace for thousands of years, and countless ancestors had spent a lot of time and resources to build it. Now that it was shattered, the palace master's heart was bleeding. Especially when the mountain gate that represented their dignity was also destroyed. It was even more unacceptable. The higher-ups of the extreme coldness palace were extremely angry. Puchi. The black shadow of the demon ridge flapped its wings and flew over, hovering above the training field. Jun Changshao looked down at everyone like a high and mighty king, and said, "Hand over my disciple, or the extreme coldness palace will have no value today. This brat is really arrogant." The masters of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy who were hiding in the dark to protect him all twitched their mouths. He came from thousands of miles away, first destroyed a 7th-rate sect, and now blew up the mountain gate of a 4th-rate sect, and even threatened to destroy it. This was definitely not an ordinary kind of arrogance. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace was furious and said, "Brat, you broke my formation and blew up my mountain gate. Leave your life here today." Whoosh as he spoke, the 5th-grade Wu Huang's cultivation was fully unleashed, and then he flew up, and powerful spiritual energy erupted like a tsunami. As the leader of a sect, it was impossible for him to hold back at this time. Fight! He had to fight. Boom! The palace master of the extreme coldness palace blasted his palm into the void, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered and instantly condensed into 4 palm prints, pressing down from different directions at the same speed. For Spirit's elephant palm. This is the trump card of the palace master of the extreme coldness palace. The warriors of Northeast Lu State exclaimed. At the same time, they understood that the palace master of the extreme coldness palace had used his trump card right from the start, and now he was completely furious. Screech the black eagle of the Devil's Ridge raised its head and screeched. It suddenly flapped its wings, and the space was suddenly stirred up. Immediately, black feathers shot out like sharp swords. Boom! 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 In an instant, the light of the sharp feathers collided with the 4 palm prints, and the sky kept exploding. The dazzling light flickered, stirred up the wind, and ruthlessly disturbed the earth, shocking many martial cultivators. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Yi Xingchen flew over and landed on the martial arts field of the extreme coldness palace. He had already taken out the cold light sword in his hand, and his eyes were cold as he said, "A bunch of trash." Whoosh whoosh, an elder of the extreme coldness palace flew over, and without saying a word, he gathered vast spiritual energy and punched out violently with his fists. Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The cold light sword in his hand cut through the void, first breaking the elder's fist print, and then quickly approached him, using the linear speed formula in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi intertwined like shadows and light. Ta! Yi Xingchen stood straight, and the cold light sword slightly tilted down, blood gathering at the tip of the sword. The elder of the extreme coldness palace who was standing behind him tilted his head, and blood spurted out from his chest. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. Die! Whoosh! Whoosh! Two elders of the extreme coldness palace rushed over from both sides, forming an explosion of energy. However, before they could attack, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly formed a defensive wall in front of them. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the barrier. Although they did not shake the two martial kings, the impact of the bullets sent them flying. Crack! At the ruins of the mountain gate that had been blasted open. Xiao Ziji smoothly pulled the bolt and set up the AWM sniper rifle. Leaning against the 8x scope, he said in a cold voice, "Everyone, don't move." The two martial kings who were sent flying felt their blood boiling, and their expressions were extremely ugly. What was that in his hand? How could it produce such a strong force? Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaomao and Li Fei used the cloud-treading steps and flew over. The two of them landed behind Yi Xingqian and shouted in a voice that made goosebumps rise. "Senior sister, we're here. We won't forgive anyone who bullies you." Yes. The people from the sect of all times were here. At this moment, anyone who bullied Lu Qianqian, regardless of whether Jun Changshao agreed or not, her junior brothers and junior sisters would not agree. Even if they were enemies with the entire world. The falling star continent, which had been peaceful for too long, needed such impulsive and hot-blooded forces to inject their souls and vitality. Chapter 586. Senior sister, we're here. Whoever bullies you, we won't let them off. When Su Xiaomao and Li Fei shouted these words, they disturbed the sky and lingered for a long time. Awoo! Awoo! The hurricane wolves flew over. Under the leadership of Zhong Yi, 1,000 wolf riders stood on the extreme coldness palace's martial arts field like mighty masters. At that moment, tens of thousands of extreme coldness palace disciples rushed out from the inner court. However, in terms of aura, they couldn't be compared to the disciples of the sect of all times. Because these people all straightened their backs and exuded a strong aura that could only be described as unyielding. Although the sect had changed its name. But the principle of being unyielding people and doing unyielding things would never be erased. Amazing! The experts who were hiding in the dark to protect Jun Patriarch looked at the imposing aura of the disciples of the sect of all times with admiration. This sect had just risen and didn't have any cowardice in the face of a fourth-rate sect. How did they train? As martial cultivators of the southwest Yangzhou, under the influence of the aura of the disciples of the sect of all times, a strong sense of pride suddenly rose in their hearts. Who said that the strength of our prefecture was weak? Who said that the strength of our prefecture could be trampled on? Today, I'll let you see the rising supernova of the southwest Yangzhou, a top 3 sect. Whoosh whoosh in the sky, the energy gradually dissipated. Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed coldly as he stood on the black eagle of the Demon Ridge. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace had an extremely ugly expression. Just now, she had used her trump card, but it was easily broken by that eagle beast. Its strength was probably not weaker than her. Nonsense. Without enough combat strength, why would Jun Patriarch rush over so recklessly? Your extreme coldness palace has a martial king, so does my sect of all times. Your extreme coldness palace has Wu Huang, so does my sect of all times. What was there to be afraid of? Beat him. Jun Changshao raised his hand and pointed at the main hall. He said coldly, "Disciples, listen to my order. Flatten the extreme coldness palace." Yes. All the disciples roared in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Clang clang clang. Long Xiang and the others took out their cold-edged sword, overlord spear, and even their iron shields. Strong killing intent surged out from their bodies. Li Tian and Viper carried their sniper rifles on their backs. They had already occupied the highest vantage point. The bullets were loaded, the safety pins were pulled, and they locked onto the crowd opposite them. Brother Snake. I'm not nervous at all. I only hope that you won't hit a fellow disciple. The disciples of the sect of all times were filled with murderous intent. The palace master of the Extreme Coldness Palace said in a low voice, anyone who offends the Extreme Coldness Palace can forget about leaving alive. The mountain gate had been forcefully broken open, and their own elders had been killed. As long as they had the courage, they would never compromise. Shwa! Shwa! In an instant, more than 10 Martial King realm elders of the Extreme Coldness Palace rushed out of the main hall with powerful spiritual energy. The violent energy caused space to distort. Swoosh! Whoosh! The Ning brothers flew over, waving their arms as they stood. Blazing blades of flame instantly condensed, and with a force of 10,000 pounds, they blasted over. Not good. Dodge! The elders of the Extreme Coldness Palace cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. The two martial kings couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit by the blazing blades. A shocking wound appeared on their chests, and they fell onto the stone platform of the main hall like cannonballs. The blazing blade of the red sky, which was bought from the shop, displayed a terrifying combat strength when used by Ning Duxing and Ning Duzure. Ta! Yi Xingchen took a step forward, and the floor under his feet caved in. His right fist, which was filled with spiritual energy, suddenly punched out in the air, and directly blasted a martial king who rushed over. Bang! That elder crashed into the stone platform. His entire body caved in, and his right fist was broken. He also fainted on the verge of death. Another instant kill. Although our Yi Aojiao had just entered the martial king realm, her strength was not inferior to that of a 4th or 5th grade martial king. Boom! Boom! At this moment, bullets shot past him and accurately hit another elder from the Extreme Cold Palace who was attacking him, sending him flying. Xiao Ziji pulled the bolt, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Tsk, Yi Xingchen said indifferently, meddling in other people's business. Although Xiao Ziji's help was obviously superfluous, Night Emperor's state of mind changed a little when a fellow disciple helped him in this kind of situation. Sometimes. He often thought that when he returned to the peak, he would seek revenge from his enemies. Perhaps they would also accompany him and face danger together, just like how they came to save Lu Qianqian today. Yi Aojiao had really changed. With his previous personality, he would not have such a strange idea. Senior brother. Zhou Hong appeared behind him and said, "Get out of the way." While thinking, Yi Xingchen leaned to the side, and gave way to the front. Clang, sword momentum, graceful. Whoosh in the void, sword light flashed. At that moment, space seemed to be directly torn apart, and an extremely powerful sword might was emitted. Puchi. The sound of blood splashing could be heard. That elder of the Extreme Coldness Palace who rushed over was directly cut in half at the waist by the unparalleled sword energy. Sword King. The eyes of the experts hiding in the dark were filled with shock. That disciple called Yi Xingchen was a martial king, which was enough to shock them. They did not expect that there would be another disciple who was a sword king. After Zhou Hong made his move, the hidden experts were not the only ones who were shocked. The expressions of the Extreme Coldness Palace elders who were eager to give it a try also changed. The Sword King. The most unreasonable existence in the king level. Even if their strength was higher, it would not be surprising if they were killed in an instant. The gaze of the Extreme Coldness Palace master gradually turned gloomy. First, he flew over on an eagle beast comparable to Wu Huang. Then, he used siege weapons to blast open the mountain gate. Now, the people he brought were so powerful. He really did not come with good intentions. Kill. Zhong Yi shouted. Howl! Howl! Thousands of wolf riders drove their hurricane wolves, dragging a blue light behind them, and charged forward like a sharp sword. In this battle, they were facing tens of thousands of disciples of a fourth-rate sect. They were definitely stronger than the White Tiger Corps, but they still carried out a crazy slaughter with invincibility. There was no other reason. After a period of training and cultivation, the strength of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had greatly improved. Boom! Boom! The light of martial techniques and weapons shone on the training ground with thousands of years of history. The disciples of the Extreme Coldness Palace fell one after another, like weeds being harvested by the Wolf Riders. Speaking of which, as a fourth-rate sect, what about the inner disciples or direct disciples of the Extreme Coldness Palace? Yes. They were currently being beaten up by Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujian. The stronger ones would be dealt with by Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others. In short, the top disciples of the fourth-rate sect were completely beaten up by the disciples of the sect of all times. The core disciples, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, were already fighting with the martial king elders. They did not care at all. Difference. This was the difference. The hidden experts in charge of protection twitched the corners of their mouths. The few main disciples of the sect of all times, with their peak Wuzong cultivation, were actually on par with the martial king elders. This was too frightening. Bang! 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 On the commanding heights, Li Tian fired frequently. The bullets brushed past the heads of his fellow disciples, killing the stronger disciples of the Extreme Coldness Palace on the spot. The Ning brothers' robes fluttered without wind. They used all kinds of martial techniques and tangled with the martial king elders. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, they were completely suppressing their opponents. The situation was one-sided. Jun Changshao raised one hand and the green dragon crescent blade appeared out of nowhere. He said with a cold gaze, "Extreme Coldness Palace Master, let's fight." Whoosh, he jumped, as if he wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Whoosh, the mighty and extraordinary soul of Wu Xing appeared instantly, flashing with colorful lights. The 7th grade martial king swordsman and the sword will merged into the green dragon crescent blade and slashed 4 times in a row. Crack crack crack, the violent blade energy tore through the air, whistling with the sound of a dragon's roar. The expression of the Extreme Coldness Palace Master changed greatly. At this moment, he had to face it head-on. If he chose to dodge, the palace behind him that had stood in the wind and rain for thousands of years would no longer exist. Chapter 587. When Wu Huang of the West Cloud State came to fight, Jun Changshao activated Wu Xing's soul and the 5 elements, but he could not win. In the end, he had no choice but to use the all-returning swords. Until today. He, who had advanced 3 grades in a row, once again activated the green dragon crescent blade. When he swung the blade, the power that erupted was completely different from before. Crack! Crack! Space was directly torn apart by the 5 elements blade aura. The violent spiritual energy and sword momentum shook the sky and shocked all living beings. The Extreme Coldness Palace Master exclaimed, "Sword! Sword and martial king!" Thud! There was no time for him to think. Wu Huang fully activated his cultivation. He suddenly blasted the void with his palms and shouted, "9th level chaotic prime, extreme coldness." Hum! Hum! In an instant, the space above the main hall trembled violently. Then, it transformed into a Tai Chi pattern formed by the ice element, forming a barrier similar to a defensive barrier. The sect's ultimate martial art. The martial cultivators in the distance exclaimed in unison. The 9th level chaotic prime, extreme coldness palace, was a very advanced sacred ice element defensive martial art. It was also known as the sect's ultimate martial art. Powerful sects all had their ultimate martial arts. However, the Sect of all times did not. Because other than the early low-level martial arts, the current 7 Mystic Rays Break, Red Sky Flame Slash, and other martial arts could be used as the Sect's ultimate martial arts. The 9th level Chaotic Prime, Extreme Coldness Palace, materialized into an ice element Tai Chi pattern, exuding a heavy aura. The Extreme Coldness Palace Master's face was pale. He had to block the other party's 4 slashes no matter what because it concerned the safety of the Sect's main hall. The Sect's gate was broken, and his dignity was trampled on. If he could not even protect the Sect's main hall, how could he face his ancestors in the Netherworld 100 years later? Boom! 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 The blade aura with supreme power tore the space apart and slammed into the Tai Chi pattern, causing it to tremble violently. The Extreme Coldness Palace Master's chi and blood churned violently, but the spiritual energy in his body continued to erupt wildly. In the end, he stabilized the 9th level Chaotic Prime, Extreme Coldness Palace. He withstood it. However, it was not over. Jun Changshao, who took advantage of the situation, raised the Green Dragon Crescent blade again. With the soul of Wu Xing's blessing, he slashed again. Boom! 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 Another 3 incomparably powerful saber chi slammed into the ice-type Tai Chi diagram, bringing about an even more powerful impact. Every slash from Jun Changshao contained the power of the 5 elements. It was truly powerful. Although the Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty, the spirit energy in his body was being rapidly consumed. This was Wu Huang, a level 5 martial artist. In terms of strength, he was 2 levels higher than Wu Huang of the Xingyan sect. The battle prowess of Jun Changshao, who had advanced by 3 grades, was truly explosive. If he were to exchange blows with Ge Tuhong again, he would definitely be able to defeat him even without using the 10,000 ancestral swords. The Palace Master of the Extreme Coldness Palace had a ferocious look on his face as he roared, "Who the hell are you?" The mountain gate had been blasted open, and many disciples and elders had been killed. They still did not know the identity of the intruder. This was truly a tragedy. Jun Changshao raised his Green Dragon Crescent blade again and shouted, "Southwest Yangzhou, Qingyang County, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao." His voice was as loud as a bell, reverberating between heaven and earth. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao. The sect that used to be called the Iron Bone Clan. Boom! 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 At this moment, several saber chi slammed into the ice-type Tai Chi diagram again. The latter could not withstand it anymore. With a cracking sound, dense cracks appeared. It was broken. With a few more slashes, it would definitely be broken. The Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace said angrily, "A sect from southwest Yangzhou dares to come to northeast Luzhou. This is unforgivable." Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold air in the sky suddenly rose. The falling snowflakes instantly turned into ice cubes, then quickly gathered together to form 4 lifelike ice dragons. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. "Oh my God, the Palace Master of Extreme Coldness Palace has performed the sect's ultimate martial art, Sky Ice Dragon." Many martial artists widened their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if 4 ice dragons were circling between the heavens and the earth, dragging their long bodies as they attacked. The extreme coldness seemed to be able to freeze even the air. Screech! The Demon Ridge Black Eagle raised its head and screeched. 2 huge and sharp claws tore through the air, like an eagle catching 2 chicks, and directly bound the 2 ice dragons. Then, they were crushed into pieces. 5th grade Wu Huang was very strong. However, Jun Patriarch still had contract beasts. Don't say that 1 man and 1 beast fighting 1 is unfair. If you have the ability, catch one and fight with me. Roar! The other two ice dragons rushed over from both sides. They did not attack the Demon Ridge Black Eagle, but Jun Changshao. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a monstrous flame suddenly erupted in mid-air, instantly dispersing the extremely cold air, making the entire extreme coldness palace as warm as spring. Jun Changshao, who was falling, landed in the flame, and a solid red armor quickly condensed. He looked so handsome. Whoosh! Whoosh! Little Longlong's human head appeared from the scorching flame, and it said in a childish voice, "No one can hurt my master. I was wrong just now. It was not one man and one beast, but one man and two beasts fighting one." Whoosh! The light of the flame flashed by. One of the ice dragons that rushed over had its head hugged by little dragonling. Dry and clumsy, not round at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scorching flame suddenly soared, and the extremely hard body of the ice dragon was suddenly wiped off the edges and sharpness. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike ice dragon was killed by little Longlong, and it was directly evaporated by the high-temperature flame. Water can carry a boat, but it can also cook porridge. When the scorching flame reached the extreme, even the coldest attribute could be melted and evaporated. Whoosh! Little Longlong hugged another ice dragon with the monstrous flame again and quickly killed it. Whoosh! Jun Changshao slashed down with the green dragon crescent blade again. The already shaky ice enchantment could no longer hold on and finally shattered into nothingness. Puff! The palace master of the extreme coldness palace spat out blood and took a few steps back weakly. Two of his sect's martial arts were broken one after another, causing a huge backlash. Without two contract beasts at the level of Wu Huang, he could fight with Jun Changshao. Now, not to mention the sword and martial king, even little Longlong and the black eagle of the Demon Ridge could not do anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, the black eagle of the Demon Ridge flapped its wings, creating a strong whirlwind that made the hall tremble violently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Little Longlong, whose whole body was covered in flames except for its head, stopped in mid-air and opened its right palm to catch its master who was falling down. Whoosh! Jun Changshao stood with his blade and said lightly, "The palace master of the extreme coldness palace is just so. His surname was Jun Jun who ruled the world. Kill! Kill!" On the martial arts field, Zhongyi led the Wolf Rider Hall and was still killing without restraint. Thousands of disciples of the extreme coldness palace were lying on the ground. As for their high-level forces, they were also held back by Yi Xingchen, Zhou Hong, and the Ning brothers. However, at this time, no one noticed that Zhen Dejuan, the old man, was strolling around the outer courtyard of the extreme coldness palace, inserting array flags into the ground. Patriarch. After a while, he opened his arms, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I want to raze this fourth-rate sect to the ground." Buzz. In an instant, streams of light shot into the sky from the extreme coldness palace, forming an array that emitted the power of thunder. Not good. An elder of the extreme coldness palace who had studied arrays exclaimed, "This is a thunder-gathering array." Wrong. Zhen Dejuan shook his finger and said, "This is a chain thunder-gathering array that I have just researched. Once it explodes, not to mention the extreme coldness palace, even the surrounding 100 miles will be razed to the ground." What? The expressions of the high-level members of the extreme coldness palace changed greatly. Kakik. Zhen Dejuan's smile became even more distorted, as if he was a complete pervert. He lowered his voice and said, "Are you afraid? Today is Monday. I have 3,099 recommendation votes. Babies, if the votes can exceed 4,000, I will add more." Chapter 588. Zhen Dejuan had set up a chain of thunder arrays in the extreme cold palace. He was eager to detonate it to admire his masterpiece. This was a lunatic. However, there was another lunatic. That was Jun Changshao. He stood proudly on little Longlong's palm and said coldly, "Hand over my disciple. Otherwise, the extreme cold palace will completely disappear from this world." The palace lord of the extreme cold palace was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. A sect from Yangzhou in the southwest dared to come to Luzhou in the northeast. It was intolerable. However, in the current situation, he had to compromise because the sect might really be razed to the ground. Jun Patriarch. The palace lord of the extreme cold palace gritted his teeth and said, "My palace did put a bounty on your disciple, but after the battle at the boundless ice sea, we lost track of her. We are still looking for her." Bullshit. Jun Changshao said, "I have received the news that my disciple has been captured by you. You are still making excuses. Do you really think I don't dare to destroy the extreme cold palace?" Patriarch. Jun Dejuan said coldly, "Let me detonate the array directly." Jun Patriarch couldn't wait to kick him out of the Milky Way galaxy. "My precious disciple hasn't been found yet. If you detonate the array, won't that be the same as harming her?" Jun Changshao was very calm. If it weren't for Lu Qianqian, he could have fired a few more cannonballs outside and razed the extreme cold palace to the ground. Jun Patriarch. The palace lord of the extreme cold palace said with an ashen face, "Your disciple is really not in the extreme cold palace. The so-called news may be a false rumor." Jun Changshao couldn't believe it. He said, "It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Kill them for me. Kill. Kill." Poof. Poof. Zhong Yi and the others rode on the hurricane wolves and continued to kill crazily on the training field. The disciples of the extreme cold palace were no match for them. "We can't let him continue to act recklessly. Otherwise, it will cause public outrage in Luzhou in the northeast." The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy hiding in the dark were about to appear and stop them. But it was too late. Because in the sky, there were as many as 8 streams of light streaking across the sky and arrived above the extreme cold palace in the shortest time. As the light dissipated, 8 magnificent martial emperors appeared. These people were the sect master of the 4th-rate Xianling sect, the valley master of the 4th-rate Ice Peak Valley, the sect master of the 4th-rate Frost sect, and the sect master of the 4th-rate Ice Soul sect. This is troublesome. The cultivators of the Mandate Academy frowned. The experts sent by the certification headquarters were also filled with bitterness. Most of the sects in Lu Prefecture in the northeast had been passed down from the Ice Emperor's bloodline 10,000 years ago. Although they usually fought openly and secretly, they were definitely united against outsiders. "Sect Master," Jun Dejuan said solemnly, "let's retreat." As a veteran, Jun Dejuan knew when to act cool and when to keep a low profile. The 8 martial emperors hovered in the air above the extreme cold palace. They frowned as they watched the disciples being slaughtered. "Brat." The patriarch of the Xianling sect said coldly, "What grudge do you have against the extreme cold palace?" Whoosh whoosh, the aura of the 8 Wuhuang spread throughout the outer yard. Although the disciples of the sect of all times could resist, they instinctively stopped and retreated to the ruins of the gate. The current situation was 9 sect masters of 4th-rate sects, 9 Wuhuang were confronting the sect of all times. A photo would definitely be voted as the most shocking photo of the year. Jun Changshao didn't panic at all in the face of so many Wuhuang. He said, "Bullying my disciples is a grudge and a grudge. Everyone." The palace master of the extreme cold palace said angrily, "This brat is the patriarch of the sect of all times in Yangzhou. He said that he would destroy the extreme cold palace." He was secretly relieved that the 8 sect masters had come to his aid. To be honest, the extreme cold palace would really be in trouble today if there were no reinforcements. Oh. The Valley Master of the Ice Mountain Valley sneered. The sect that was rated as one of the top 3 and changed its name. I heard that the sect master of this sect is the Sword King and Martial King. We talked about it before. I didn't expect to see him in person today, the patriarch of the freezing sect said lightly. Don't be fooled by their calm expressions, they were quite shocked in their hearts. The sect of all time seemed to have risen overnight. Now, they could destroy the gate of the extreme cold palace. It was impossible to do so without some strength. Everyone. Jun Changshao said lightly, I'm not a person who holds grudges. Let go of my eldest disciple and we'll forget about this. Hearing this, the mouth of the expert hiding in the dark twitched violently. Jun Patriarch. You destroyed their gate and killed so many disciples. 8 sect masters came to help. It would be a miracle if they could let you leave. Forget about this. The palace master of the extreme cold palace said with a ferocious expression, Jun Changshao, you and your disciple must leave your life in the extreme cold palace today. Jun Changshao said, you mean you won't let my disciple go? Let my foot go. Your disciple is not in the extreme cold palace at all. If there were no reinforcements, he might have said it. But now, he was full of confidence. He sneered and said, even if your sect of all time's disciple is in the extreme cold palace, I won't let him go. You've got guts. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said telepathically, retreat. They were terrified. The 8 Wu Huang were eyeing them covetously. They had no choice but to be terrified. Damn it. Wait until I find a way to save my eldest disciple. I'll play with you until you're in so much pain that you'll wish you were dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sect of all time's disciples received the order and retreated from the extreme cold palace at lightning speed. Would the 8 Wu Huang watch them retreat? Of course not. Huff huff in an instant, 8 Wu Huang's auras exploded, forming an overwhelming force that shrouded the sect of all time's disciples. Screech! The Demon Ridge Black Eagle landed at the mountain gate. It waved its arms and created a gust of wind that blew away the Wu Huang's auras. Even so, it did not completely dissolve the auras, and there were still some remaining auras. Just as the auras touched the sect of all time's disciples, a scorching flame exploded and cleared the auras instantly. Little Long Long and the Demon Ridge Black Eagle were on par with the auras of the 8 Wu Huang. Strong. Very strong. Jun Changshao said coldly, if anything happens to my disciple, I'll make everyone in the extreme cold palace pay with their blood. Whoosh! Little Long Long carried him and left. Kid! The Xianling sect patriarch waved his hand, and a vast force gathered in the sky. He shouted coldly, you can't leave. He was a rank 7 Wu Huang and was very powerful. Master! Little Long Long swung his arm and tossed Jun Changshao to the side. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he said, I'll bring up the rear. Huff huff scorching flames erupted, and soon after, they converged into a vortex that resembled a tornado. Like a dragon rising from Mount Lu, it directly met the martial emperor's force that was pressing down. Boom! Little Long Long broke the Xianling sect patriarch's move with one punch and landed at the mountain gate. Then, he pouted. Huff huff the flames around him burned wildly and gradually expanded as if firewood was added to it. Boom! Little Long Long stepped on the ground, and his body turned from a child to a giant. He said with a deep voice, dry and clumsy. Not round at all. Screeched the Demon Ridge Black Eagle raised its head and roared. Its huge wings suddenly retracted, and its entire body was surrounded by black aura. Then, light laughter came from inside. You humans are so annoying. Little Long Long was stunned. He looked down and saw a black-haired girl with a graceful figure walking out of the black aura barefoot. She wore a black feather coat, and her eyes were as black as the stars. Very cute. You are. Little Long Long was stunned. The big bird just now. The black-haired girl flipped her black hair and said proudly, "Call me queen." Chapter 589. Jun Changshao, who was outside the mountain gate, widened his eyes when he saw the Demon Ridge Black Eagle transform into a girl. "My contract beast also has a combat form, and it's actually a girl. That little look, that sweet voice, how can it be so cute? I can't take it anymore. My little heart is about to explode from her cuteness." Especially when he thought about how she would stand on the eagle beast and act cool after subduing it, Jun Patriarch wanted to slap his own face with his shoe. Such a cute girl riding on the eagle's head, this is definitely a sin. The humanoid Demon Ridge Black Eagle was not old, and its skin was pink like a porcelain doll. It was really cute. However, Little Long Long stared with its big round eyes and said fiercely, "Queen. Get lost." "You," the Demon Ridge Black Eagle said in disbelief, "how dare you yell at me?" "So what if I'm yelling at you?" Little Long Long said impatiently. "Little baby who hasn't weaned off milk, hurry up and drink milk. Don't delay me from showing off my power here." The Demon Ridge Black Eagle looked at Jun Changshao with grievances in its eyes. "This little bug bullied me. Master, please help me." "Ignore it." Jun Changshao said, "A guy destined to be alone for life." "System," he said it as if it could bloom. Huff huff. At this moment, the Xianling Sect Patriarch and the other Wu Huang flew over. Vast spiritual energy erupted and crazily squeezed the space. "Get lost." Little Long Long pushed the Demon Ridge Black Eagle away, raised its arms shrouded in hot flames, and smashed into the void. Boom! The space shook, and the heat spread. The power of the two Wu Huang was directly broken, and they took 2 steps back with shock in their eyes. This big guy with flames was actually so powerful. Heaven and earth ice seal. The Shanghan Sect Patriarch flew over, and a cold aura spread. The space was frozen as if it had turned into a solid mirror. These martial emperors from Lu province in the northeast were all genuine ice cultivators. They were extremely adept at using ice martial skills. It was a pity. No matter how strong the ice was, it would be melted when it met a hotter fire. Little Long Long was like a fire in winter, and the raging flames warmed everyone's hearts. "Ah!" He let out a loud cry and spread out his arms. Scorching flames burned wildly, causing the rapidly dropping temperature in the surroundings to be pulled back in an instant. The frozen space felt warmth being released from the seal, but because of the sudden change in temperature, it instantly shattered like a mirror. "Oh my God!" In the distance, the martial artists of Lu Prefecture in the northeast were dumbfounded. When had they ever been lucky enough to witness a power that could stir the void with just a wave of his hand? This was a fight between immortals. Who, at this moment, another sect leader crossed his hands and gathered ice-type spiritual energy in his palms. He roared, "Ice Spirit Cold Light! Ka ka ka!" Cold air whizzed out and quickly condensed into a huge icicle, which pierced toward Su Chen with boundless power. Little Long Long, who had just broken a patriarch's martial skill, was unable to divert his attention to defend himself. He could only watch as the ice attribute martial skill killed him. Whoosh! At this moment, a whirlwind appeared behind him and blew over, instantly cutting the icicle into pieces. Whoosh! The black eagle of the Demon Ridge tapped on its tiptoes and spread its wings. It flew into the air and drew a special pattern in the air with its small white hand. Then, it said, "Little bug, I'll deal with you after I kill these people." Tut! The little girl clapped her hands on the pattern that looked both real and illusory. Then, black feathers appeared out of thin air, emitting powerful energy. Fairy powder. She paused and said, "Feathers." Little Long Long almost fell down. Fairy powder feathers? What the hell was that? Whoosh! 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 The black feathers all over the sky were like bullets, instantly shooting toward the outer courtyard of the extreme cold palace. The 8 Wu Huang's faces changed dramatically because of the wide coverage. The palace master of the extreme cold palace exclaimed, "Protect our palace." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the palace master finished his words, several Wu Huang flew over. Cold air instantly spread out and formed solid ice walls in front of them. Boom! 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 The black feathers hit the ice walls, creating explosions and aftershocks. Looking from afar, one could see that ripples were spreading crazily, and the whole world was shaking. So powerful. Jun Changshao, who had already retreated from the extreme cold palace, was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. My contract beast is not only cute, but also good at fighting. Whoosh! Little Long Long didn't want to be outdone by a girl. It dragged its huge body and attacked with flames that seemed to be able to burn the world. For a moment. In the sky above the extreme cold palace, violent energy exploded crazily, and the space was distorted. It was like the end of the world. Sigh. Zhendejuan put his hands behind his back and said, "Why didn't the patriarch allow me to blow up the extreme cold palace?" At this moment, the chain thunder gathering array on the martial arts field was shaking because of the extreme distortion of space. If they didn't detonate it now, they wouldn't have a chance. Let's go. Jun Changshao ordered the disciples to retreat. He didn't expect that 8 Wu Huang would come to his rescue. Since he couldn't defeat them, he had to retreat tactically and think of a way to save Lu Qianqian. Patriarch. At this moment, Su Xiaomo exclaimed, "Look, it's senior sister. Over there, over there." Jun Changshao hurriedly looked in the direction of his finger and saw Lu Qianqian floating on a lonely peak in front of him. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She didn't expect that the patriarch and her fellow disciples would come to northeast Lu province for her and fight with the extreme cold palace. At that moment, her heart like still water realm cracked again. Sigh. It would be very difficult to repair it, senior sister. Senior sister. The disciples shouted excitedly. Seeing that his eldest disciple appeared safe and sound, Jun Changshao let out a long sigh of relief and murmured, "She's lost weight." Wait. Wasn't she taken away by the extreme cold palace? How could she appear here? Li Luoqiu said, "Patriarch, I just received news that the information I received was wrong. The extreme cold palace didn't find Lu Qianqian." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Big sister, can't the information be more accurate? He couldn't blame Li Luoqiu for the wrong information. The information network hadn't been fully developed yet, so it was inevitable that there would be negligence in the screening. Boom! There was a loud explosion behind him. Little Dragon was bombarded by 4 Wu Huang. Its huge body fell from the mountain gate to the foot of the mountain. It gritted its teeth and said, "It hurts." Boom! Boom! In the sky above the extreme cold palace, the other 4 Wu Huang were fighting with the petite Devil Ridge Black Eagle. However, because they were outnumbered, they gradually fell into a passive position. Patriarch. Zhendejuan asked again, "Do you blow it up or not?" The veins on Jun Changshao's neck were bulging. He shouted angrily, "Blow it up." Okay. Zhendejuan covered his face with one hand and laughed like a madman. Whoosh! Suddenly, he opened his arms and said with a ferocious expression, "Next, please enjoy a beautiful fireworks feast." Buzz! Buzz! The space of the extreme cold palace suddenly vibrated rhythmically. The array barrier, which had been hidden in the dark, appeared again and produced a hot and dazzling light. As a spirit beast, the Black Eagle of the Devil Ridge had a stronger sense of danger than humans. It gathered a whirlwind to repel a martial emperor. Then it hurriedly flapped its wings and flew out like the wind. It grabbed the little dragon's big ear with one hand and sped toward its master. Oh no! The 8 Wu Huang smelled danger. But it was already too late. After the formation flashed with light, it instantly turned into a cold light and then exploded with a boom. The mountain that supported the extreme cold palace directly bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 590. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion was incessant, and everyone within 1,000 miles could hear it clearly. The entire ground was shaking, and all the cultivators in it looked at the extreme coldness palace in horror. What happened? The cultivators of Lu Prefecture were dumbfounded. This level of vibration must have been caused by a huge explosion. Hiss 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 hissed the extreme coldness palace. No, half of the mountain that had been blown up was still sputtering restlessly. It was obvious that the remaining power had not completely dissipated. Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Qianshan appeared on the mountain peak and was not in the extreme coldness palace. Little Long Long was also sent flying. He directly took Zhen Dejuan's advice and chose to detonate the array. However, this kind of power and destructive power was too frightening. Even a field cannon could not do this. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially when they thought of the series of explosions that were more brilliant than fireworks, a chill ran down their spines. Sigh. Zhen Dejuan shook his head and said, the power did not meet expectations. We need to improve it when we go back. Everyone's mouth twitched. The entire mountain was blown up, and it did not meet expectations. If you want to improve it, you might have to raise everything within 100 miles to the ground. Wait. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Zhen, didn't you just say that once you detonate the array, you can raise everything within 100 miles to the ground? That's right. Everyone also remembered. He did say that, and he asked the people of the extreme coldness palace if they were afraid. Zhen Dejuan put his hands behind his back and let the cold wind blow on his face. He said shamelessly, when facing a strong enemy, if you can say something big, you have to say something big. Only then can you scare them. Fuck. After all this time, he was just bragging. Everyone rolled their eyes. However, it was still very powerful to blow up half of the extreme coldness palace with just the array. Li Qingyang and the others finally realized why no one in the falling star continent was willing to offend array masters. It was too scary. Too scary. Especially a lunatic like Elder Zhen. Whoever provoked him would squat in front of their house all day planting time bombs. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Elder Zhen. Su Xiaomao leaned over and said with a trembling smile, can you teach me? If anyone provokes me in the future, I'll set up a formation in their latrine and blow them up until they shit and piss all over the place. Zhen Dejuan rolled his eyes at him and said, you don't have the talent for formations. Go play in the mud. Poochie. Poochie. The black shadow of the demon ridge flapped its wings and flew over. It threw the little dragon down and said, Master, this little bug was almost killed by the explosion. Bullshit. Little Long Long stood up angrily and said, even if you don't pull me, I can still dodge. TSK the demon ridge black eagle snorted and landed in front of Jun Changxiao. It smiled sweetly and said, Master, I did well just now, didn't I? Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao gave him a head rub. The Black Hawk of the Demon Ridge was only 11 or 12 years old. When she stood with Jun Patriarch, who was more than 1.8 meters tall, they looked like father and daughter. Of course. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of wings that were as black as ink. So beautiful. Su Xiaomao walked over and said with a smile, Girl, can I touch it? Swoosh. The Black Hawk of the Demon Ridge turned around and the smile on her face disappeared. Her bright eyes flashed coldly and said, Remember, call me Queen. The speed at which she changed her face was too fast. Su Xiaoma shuddered and hurriedly said, "Yes, Lord." Whoosh! At this moment, violent energy surged out of the half-blown mountain. 8 sect leaders flew out of the lightning in an extremely sorry state. The explosion came too suddenly and they couldn't dodge it at all. Fortunately, their strength was very strong and could withstand the bombardment of the thunder power. However, they were inevitably beaten black and blue. The most miserable one was the palace master of the extreme coldness palace. He floated in the air with his back facing Jun Changshao and the others. His arms were spread wide open, and his whole body was charred black. Even his hair was standing on end, and black smoke was rising from it. Right in front. Although the main hall that had stood for thousands of years was broken in many places, it was still in ruins. More than half of the inner courtyard of the sect survived under his protection. When the explosion arrived, the palace master of the extreme coldness palace didn't think about protecting himself. Instead, he thought about using his body to protect the main hall that represented the legacy and the soul of the sect. Because, in his opinion, people could die, but the dignity of the sect must be defended. Thud. Thud. The upper echelons of the extreme coldness palace fell into the ruins one by one. Although they didn't fly up and use their bodies to defend the dignity of the sect, they stood in front of the main hall and formed a human wall to protect the lifeline of the sect and more disciples. Impressive. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said. He didn't regret his decision to blow up the extreme coldness palace, nor would he feel pity. However, at the critical moment, they used their bodies to defend the dignity of the sect without caring about their lives. That alone was worthy of respect. Jun Changshao. The palace master of the extreme coldness palace landed weakly in front of the main hall. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "The humiliation that you gave the extreme coldness palace today will be returned 100 times in the future." Jun Changshao turned around and said arrogantly, "I'll be waiting for you at Mount Iron Bone." Brat. The Xianling sect patriarch said angrily, "Do you think you can leave?" Whoosh! As soon as he said that, Little Long Long slammed his palms into the air. 2 explosive fire pillars rushed toward him, shocking him so much that he hurriedly retreated. Swoosh! 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 The other 7 Wu Huang swiftly flew over and blocked Jun Changshao and the rest's escape route. They came to northeast Lu State to cause trouble and almost blew up the extreme coldness palace into ruins. If the sect of all times were to leave peacefully like this, where would their dignity and dignity be? Everyone. Jun Changshao said calmly, "I've found my eldest disciple. It should be the time for me to ask about his well-being, but all of you are flying around like flies. It's really annoying." Master. Little Long Long said, "All of you leave first. I'll cover you." No need. Jun Changshao raised his hand, and the pocket-sized hard-to-keep saber appeared in his palm. With a cold gaze, he said, "I haven't killed Wu Huang before. I don't mind killing 8 of you today. This saber." Li Qingyang and the rest's expressions changed drastically. In Death Valley, in the spirit stone mine full of snake beasts, they had all seen it. It was definitely a divine weapon that made people tremble in fear. The patriarch took it out again today. He wanted to use Wu Huang's blood as a sacrifice to the saber. Humph. The Xianling sect patriarch said coldly, "Killing 8 of us?" Jun patriarch is really not afraid of biting his tongue. Huff huff. The other 7 Wu Huang released their cultivation levels simultaneously, and a strong suppressive aura pressed down on them like a landslide. Jun Changshao placed 2 fingers on the hilt of hard-to-keep saber and pinched the opening talisman in his space ring. However, just as he was about to crush it and take out the 40-meter-long saber, Lu Qianshan flew over and landed in front of Jun Changshao. She instinctively protected him behind her and raised her hand, revealing an item. "The Ice Emperor's token is here. Who dares to be rash?" It was a token with golden edges, and the words, Ice Emperor's Token, were engraved on it. You, the Xianling sect patriarch, was shocked. Why do you have the Ice Emperor's token? The other 7 sect leaders' expressions changed drastically as well, but they hurriedly retracted their suppressive auras, clearly not daring to be rash in front of the Ice Emperor's token. The Ice Emperor's legacy. Lu Qianshan said calmly, I inherited it. What? How is that possible? The 8 sect leaders' eyes were filled with disbelief. The Ice Emperor had disappeared 10,000 years ago, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Suddenly, someone took out a token and said that she was inheriting his legacy. This was simply unbelievable, that you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.